Okay, let's get into it. I'm gonna hope that there's no crashes. We are on the same settings as we did the majority of the stream um, on Wednesday which was the last one. I did have to edit that together, so I think that's only gone live today. Did I actually make it live? I was supposed to this morning. But now that I think about it, I'm not sure if I did. Did I? This is the issue with having fucking shit memory. Yes, I did make it live. Good. Because that one is at the increased quality. That's with me actually recording at somewhat the settings I want to be. Awesome. So, today I have a very clear plan. Wednesday we were supposed to do job quests, but we never got around to job quests. They just didn't happen. Everything else happened instead. But today I don't plan on doing any job quests. Primarily because I need to still do the light grind for my white mage anima relic, and once we've done that, the next stage is really easy. It's just basically do every single trial that is in the game up until this point, which there's still 3 trials that I've not unlocked. And that's not the extremes, that's just the hard modes or normal modes of every trial. In order to do that, I could either farm or grind Heavensward content, where I'd probably have to do about 45 clears, which is similar to what you had to do for the light grind in Zodiac Relics. Just for the Zodiac light grind, not including the Mahatma stage, you had to do like 43 clears of Aurum Vale or Tamtara. If you unlock a certain raid in Heavensward, you only have to do 21 clears per relic. So the goal for today is to do all of the Coils of Bahamut, if I can. And that's potentially a big if, because there is one of them in the second coil that I was stuck on as a solo for a long time. But if I've got the DPS for it, I should be able to do it. But yes, there's that. And then if we get the time to, which I'm hoping we will, to start the Alexander raids, so that I can unlock the Savage raids, because I need to do A9S, which is Alexander 9, so the 9th raid, Savage. So I need to have already done A9 in order to get access to A9S. As far as everything else goes, so we're going to level up with the Vath, which is going to be good. And then I've got Astra up to 71. I've started the anima relic process for all of the Heavensward classes, which that's not Heavensward, which involved me farming the crystals needed, because I don't have the Zodiac relics for these because they didn't exist. I actually really like the kind of base form of the Shadow, not the Shadow Knight, Dark Knight relic. It's really cool, and I like that it already is pulsing with colors. It's pretty nice. Where's the next one? The next one is Ferdinand, which honestly is pretty basic. It's just like a dual barrel shotgun. It's fine. And then we have Atlas, which, you know, it's kind of cool that you've got the moon that will circle. But I think it only does that when you first pull it out. So beyond that, it's alright. I like the circling moon bit. I wish it kept doing that. But, so yeah, I've done... I've literally only done the first dungeon for the Astro stage. I've done Snowcloak as an Astro. But that's why I got up to 71, was to get the 300% boost on Heavensward not Heavensward, A Realm Reborn content. So there is a chance that I might need to level my White Mage in order to get the 300% bonus for Heavensward content. Because I think you need to be 21 or more levels above. So, yeah, I was planning on starting the stream by doing Wondrous Tales. As you can see, I actually have gotten quite lucky, because while it's not going to be possible for me to get 3 lines, it is extremely likely that I will get 2. Because there are just so many ways out of this that I could end up with 2 lines. But we could use this experience on my White Mage, which would probably get us... it's going to get us close, but it's not going to quite get us there. We'll still be about 200, 300k short, but I could quickly grab that by doing a vault clear with my squadron. I mean, fuck it. Everything else that I've got that I want to level isn't going to be that bad, so let's just do it. Let's just do it, and we'll see what it comes to. So, I'm not going to do any of my second chance points, because I think we're in for the best chance of getting 2 lines. We already have 2 lines. That's amazing. Awesome. Earth's font, where's that? You fucker. You fucker. I was 1 off from getting 3 lines, and all that is that if instead of this horizontal line, if the bread and the cake had actually been the ones below it on the right hand side there, and the wine glass was following the diagonal line, then we would have gotten the 3 lines. Like, the 3 lines, it is very specific in how you have to get it. Like, you have to get all of the all of your line has to coincide with one of the... I'm gonna shut up. You have to get 2 lines that are next to each other, or that when they cross, you are sharing more stuff. Like, we would have to have it cross at a point other than the diagonal line, I think. No, you have to have them next to each other. Yeah, you have to have them not crossing. They have to be perpendicular to each other, I think. Yeah. Yeah. My brain is fucked. I've been working. Fuck off. Okay. Chloe. What can I even get for silver? Wondrous Whimsy. Could also get the Rinascita set. Well, the Rinascita chess piece. But you can also just buy those off the market board. So that's fine. The Spriggan cap, I can't see it. The headband is a bit pointless. The necktie isn't terrible. But yeah, the thing that I'd probably want is the Framer's kit for that. And for bronze, I don't think there's anything that I care about. There's a bunch of minions, but they are literally all on the market board. So I could get them that way as well. Okay, then yeah. Hand over my journal. We're going to go with MGP for that one, and we'll go with silver for that one. And I want the tombstones. Yeah. If I'd gotten the 3, I would have gone with the MGP. Because it is... a million MGP. So I think, yeah. Yeah. And so it's just really, really nice to have. Because you can immediately get the Fenrir mount with it. Although, speaking of MGP, there is something that I need to do before we get into... Don't worry, I'm going to talk about the Aetheryte tickets. Before we get into all of the raid content stuff that we're going to be doing. So, yesterday, a new event started. We are still in the Make It Rain event. We are still in the Yokai Watch event. But there was another new event that started. This one being the Fall Guys crossover. Excellent. The next show should be commencing any moment now. Eavesdropping, are we? How very quaint. If you must know, I'll soon be making for Blunderville, that I might spectate a few rounds of organised chaos. You have heard of it, yes? No? Shouldn't come as any surprise, but the Gold Saucer has once again designed to dream bigger. They now offer a host of precarious obstacle courses, which they refer to as shows, and lavish prizes to those who participate. If you prefer something more thrilling than cards and cactpots, perhaps you might find it to your liking. Speak with a curiously dressed man named Y, and he shall guide you to Blunderville Square. So they ran this event just before Christmas. Decent chance of that being... that's unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, they ran it just before Christmas. And on my previous character, not my main anymore... that's unfortunate, so we'll go with that and hope... Nope, okay, that's fine. On my previous character, I got all of the rewards. I didn't get all the titles, but I got all the rewards. Nice. So, I really want to get the glam stuff for this character as well, because some of the glam I actually really like. It is also a great way of making MGP. Greetings! Ready to stumble on into Blunderville Square? But it is Fall Guys. If they haven't added any new courses, I know the courses pretty well as well. There are only 3. Well, there's 3 in each round, but there was only like 2 different ones that it could be out of those three. So I wonder if they'll have added more now that they've had longer. I guess we'll find out. I do not want to be a white mage. It makes no difference other than appearance, though. Welcome to Blunderville Square, the Gold Saucer's second roundest square. I am known as the Bean Keep, and it is my duty to guide newcome challengers to their premiere show. By that glimmer in your eye, I take it this is your first visit? As I thought. Never fear, however, for I shall explain all. Blunderville is a set of Battle Royale obstacle courses fit for up to 24 challengers. And you, my intrepid friend, look like our very next one. Challengers are tasked with overcoming 3 particularly tricksy courses and must race ahead of the pack if they wish to qualify for further challenges. Whether you fall flat during the first round or find yourself among the final few, you're sure to win rewards aplenty. Should you bumble and stumble your way to the last round, then you too have a chance of claiming the coveted crown. It can be quite a lot to take in, so I'll leave the finer details for later. In the meantime, have you any pressing questions, comments, concerns? The architecture here is certainly unique. Isn't it just? We have the beans to thank for that. They inspired us to fill our shows and our lobby with the colourful whimsy you see before you. Though we know not where they originated from, we but recently discovered these little ones wandering the Gold Saucer. Their round physiques are reminiscent of legumes, so we eventually came to call them the beans. Be they void-sent or seedkin or something else entirely, they are adorably inquisitive creatures. You simply must hear them hoot and holler about the halls. I've no idea what they're attempting to say, mind you. It all sounds quite precious. On the other hand, you might be surprised to learn that Master Godbert Mandeville, proprietor of the Gold Saucer, was the first to attempt communication with the beans. I'm told they found his hearty laughter and muscular mannerisms most endearing. It is thanks to his efforts that we found common ground with them, and in turn they grew comfortable enough to show off their unique proclivities, such as racing through every obstacle that comes in their way. They may be a tad clumsy, but the spirit of competition that lies within them is a force to be reckoned with. Master Mandeville was so moved by these displays, he immediately ordered the construction of this whimsical hall, that his new friends might have a place to frolic and play with others. Forgive me, was I rambling? Well, in any case, that, my good woman, is how Blunderville came to be. You're more than welcome to take on our shows by yourself, or with an entire alliance of companions, if you wish. Once you've made your preparations, simply speak with the registrar. We'll escort you to our next show as soon as every competitor is accounted for. Yeah, so basically you queue in for it like a duty. I believe that covers the basics, but if you have any other burning questions about what you might encounter along the way, I'd be pleased to assist you. Wish you luck out there and may you rise above the rest. I'm only going to do this once on stream, at least this stream, but I'll do this a bunch off stream for both MGP, and there is basically a currency that you earn by playing this that you can then pay for these things with. And the hoodie I actually quite like, because without on a female character, without wearing any trousers, it just looks quite good, I think. Like it's like a hoodie dress. And so I quite like that. The crowns are very nice as well. And the fact that I can actually wear them as a Viera is awesome. You can even wear this as a Viera? Okay. I didn't know that. I was playing an Aura. You also get Victory Reveal, a mount, a couple of minions, and then this Framers stuff. And honestly, the Framers stuff is actually quite nice. This is also a great way to get dies that normally sell for quite a lot on the market board. So it can be a not terrible way to earn gil as well. But yeah, let's go. It's been a while since I last did this. But basically, you queue up, you queue in, you come into this holding area, and once you've got 24 players, or once the timer runs out, you then go on to the next stage. And if you don't have the full 24, the rewards will scale up, and the number of people that need to clear in order to get to the further stages is reduced as well. So if only 8 people queued in, if you were to be the first person eliminated, you would still earn more points for the event than you would if you were the first one to be eliminated when there's 24 people. Basically. I think. But I don't know, it's been like 6 months. Okay, this one I do know. This potentially isn't going to work great with the camera style that I'm using. But okay. Great, I have to do about face. Yep. So that just does a forced march depending on what way you're looking when it activates. But yeah, this is literally just full, guys. Just avoid the things. We're actually doing really well. We're currently second. Okay, we're no longer second. But we're third, which I'll take. We just got MGF, as well as 1,200 MGP. The MGF is the currency that is used just for this event, and MGP is obviously the one that's used in the rest of the Gold Saucer. And I've already just gotten 1,000. For just passing the first round, which 2/3 of the people that queue in will do. So you can see how this is a really good way to earn MGP. That is with the 50% extra that you get from the Make It Rain campaign though, which is why I'm going to be doing this basically as much as possible. I'll probably just focus on doing this and hunts for a while. At the very least, until I've gotten all of the stuff from this event. But titles. There's a title for 100 first place wins called King Bean or Queen Bean. And given that Neff and I call each other Beans, if I can get Queen Bean, I would quite like that. Okay, so this one is a bit different. we have to pick up a crystal in the middle and then take it down the relevant path, and by the end of it we'll have had to take all 3 of them. So I need to go down yellow first, which is actually usually the worst. But we did it. First try. Very nice. So I think next we'll probably get blue. No, red. Okay. I forgot about that bit. That's because I... Oh god, come on. This is because I'm getting... Oh, fuck off. I wasn't on that anymore. This is the issue that I have. With doing these ones. Is that I'll often fail on one multiple times. But that's fine. There's still... Most people haven't cleared all 3. Okay, half the people have cleared all 3 that need to. So I need to do this quick. But we did it. We qualified. Woo! It was actually a little bit close. And we just got another 150 MGF and basically 1,400 MGP. Which, bearing in mind how quickly you can do these, because it's not like the gates, where you can only do them once every 20 minutes. You can literally queue into these back to back. And if you've got enough other people playing to constantly get into 24-man ones, they pop quite quickly. Which I imagine they will be doing whilst it's the Make It Rain campaign. So, if you can grab the crown, just like in Fall Guys, you win and get first place. There is no second or third. So we're going for it. We're going for it. Oh god. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get it. Oh, I don't think I was hit by that, but okay. I'm probably lagging more than I'm used to. But yeah, someone got first place whilst I was like halfway through. But I still got another 1,000 MGP and 50 MGF just for getting to this stage. Great! That bodes well. Yeah. So 3,500 MGP and 300 MGF for just one lot. I don't know if that's enough to actually buy anything. Oh, I could buy some of the framing stuff. The framing kits. Okay. I do like these, and honestly, these would be the things that I use the most. Because... like, these I like, but it's the framing kits are actually good. I like some of the backgrounds and stuff that you get from them. But yeah, I'll do more of that off stream. Whilst we're here, we can use the summoning bell, actually. Great. Thank you for that. That was an amazing use of your time. Oh! Oh, you spoil me. Both of you coming back with an ice crystal. Oh! Well worth my ventures. Something that I've really not been capitalizing on with the Make It Rain event is the fashion report, which is a weekly thing that you can do to basically get a shit ton. Oh, I was already in the right square. That you can do to get normally 60,000, but you could, if you are doing it in the event, you can get 90,000 MGP each week, and all you have to do is know what they're looking for, which thankfully someone already knows and will post on Reddit most of the time. So this is the current challenge, and this gives you hints as to what you should be putting in which slot for glam. And it doesn't matter if it is glamoured or if you're actually wearing the piece, it's just so long as it looks like the piece. But there's someone that every week will work out what the best thing is and just post it, and so you can just follow the guide. So let's present ourselves for judging. If you get 80 points, you get the 60, or in this case 90, 1,000 MGP. But if you get 100 points, you also get a title. Without further ado, let the judging begin. Take your place, my friend, and strike a pose. The Gold Saucer welcomes guests the world over. Let me tell you, there's no better place to study the fashions of each land. I've made my decision. Brace yourself. Hell yeah. So, the only one that I didn't have something that maximizes the points that you get for is the helmet. Because you're supposed to use a bright lily corsage, which I could have bought off the market board, but having any dyeable head dyed bone white also gave enough points to get to 100. So it didn't matter that I didn't have the one that was supposed to have to get the most out of it. But this means that we get the title, and Masked Rose is in love with us. This is nothing short of perfection. Words utterly fail me. You, my friend, are a living, breathing masterpiece, the very soul of fashion. And should anyone dare to say otherwise, they shall have to answer to me. Here, this is your prize for participating, along with a little something extra for putting a smile on my face. So are you satisfied with your showing? If you feel you can do better, I encourage you to try again. But yeah, so we just got You Look Marvelous 2 and 3, and I believe it's 3 that gives you the title. Yeah, which is Fashion Leader. I think it also unlocks more stuff with Kasumi in her boutique. Which is mainly the spring shirt. Which honestly, I'll pick it up because it's glam at the end of the day, but I'm not that crazy about it. But okay, that's everything that we that's everything that we need to do in the Gold Saucer. But I do now have 200k when I didn't before, so I'm not doing too badly there. I have done so many fucking hunts. Let's go somewhere that's a little bit quieter. There was absolutely no reason for me to not use an Aetheryte ticket there. I just misclicked. So I have 900. I had 999 Aetheryte tickets, I could get back up to that number or even exceed it very, very easily. But basically, if I go to my hunt achievements, I have done 166 S-rank hunts on this character so far. That is the equivalent of 16,600 Tombstones of Poetics. As well as the allied seals or Centurio seals. I have gotten so many Centurio seals that I was able to get the Wyvern mount, which cost 3,000 seals. It's basically the mount, the dragon mount that we use as the Moogle quests. But I got this. Then I got another 3,000. So I used them on Aetheryte tickets and ventures, because my allied seals have been going to Alexandrite, because I don't want to have to do any more maps, and since moving to the Faloop Discord, I'm just going to so many more hunts. So many more S ranks are popping up that I'm actually seeing and being able to go to. So out of the 3 relics that I still need to finish off for A Realm Reborn, I have all of the Alexandrite that I need for 2 of them. And that is having absolutely no negative impact on me having enough of everything else for the Anima relics. Now, when it comes to the Anima relics, I now have all of the seal items that you need for the second stage. I think it's the Awoken stage of the Anima relics. So like all of the Adamantite Francescas, Dispelling Arrows, Titanium Alloy Mirrors, and King Cakes. I have all the 48 that I still need. I have all of the Crystal Sand I hope that I will need. But I still need so many unidentified bones, shells, ores, and seeds. So fucking many. And so much Umbrite. And Umbrite is the thing that is costing shit tons. I'll also need Singing Clusters, but between the weeklies that give you 18 each time, as well as the fact that I think they're only 60 Tombstones of Poetics, 40 Tombstones of Poetics each, it's really not that hard to get them. But I worked out, I did the maths, not including everything that I have already done or already have. So as far as we are with the White Mage relic, taking into account all of the stuff that I've already gotten for that, all of the stuff that I've already got in my inventory, and taking that out of the equation, I still need 163,470 Tombstones of Poetics in order to do all 13 Anima relics. But that does include unidentified items or unidentifiable items which can be purchased with tribal currency or with allied seals. I think that's only for the bones and seeds though. Ore and shell, maybe I can do it with Centurio seals once I'm in Stormblood though. Ether oil, Umbrite, and Singing Clusters, the only way to buy those is through Tombstones of Poetics, but I can earn Singing Clusters through the weekly and daily stuff, but that's going to take a long time. So while I will do, Singing Clusters will be the thing that I buy last, because then I can get as many of them as I can from doing the weeklies. But I'm probably still going to end up buying some of it. Taking everything out that I could get from another source, except for the singing clusters, I still need 87,170 Tombstones of Poetics. That is so many tombstones. That is so many tombstones. So yeah, that's gonna be a grind that's going on in the background. What I'll probably do is, as I get the singing clusters together, I will finish off a relic as I go, so that, a bit like how I've done the A Realm Reborn relics, we get definitive senses of completion, rather than getting all of the anima relics up to like the second final stage or the fifth stage or whatever. If I get them all and finish them one by one, then it's gonna feel like I have less and less to do down towards the end. That being said, when it comes to Monk, my A Realm Reborn relic, I am on the second last book. So once I've done this one, which again I've already done all the fates for, I have one more book, and then I can get this to the Sphere Scroll stage, which I've already got all the Alexandrite for, so that shouldn't be too bad. I'm hoping that I have enough of all the different materia. If not, I'll be buying them off the market board. Yada 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 yada. And then I'll start working on... I'm probably going to leave Summoner until last. So it'll probably be Dragoon next. The reason I'm leaving Summoner till last is, one, I really don't care about the way that it looks. I just don't particularly care about the Dragoon one either, but it's better than the Summoner and Scholar ones. But I don't particularly care about the way that it looks, but Summoner has a lot of maneuverable damage and ranged damage that I can potentially do whilst moving, unless I'm getting confused with Scholar, but I don't think I am. I think it has instant casts that I can use, which makes going through all of the dungeons for like the light grind easier, because with Monk I am finding that the dungeons are taking longer because there isn't a ranged attack. And because there's no ranged attack, I'm having to run up to something, punch it, and then move on, whereas I could just run past it and hit the ranged attack on all the other classes. So yeah, that's been a lot of stuff. I will continue doing that. My plan is to unlock Stormblood. So once after today, where I'm hoping that we do all of the Coils and we start Alexander and maybe get through to the point in Alexander that I need for the light grind for anima relics. That's a mouthful. To then unlock Stormblood and get to Ralga's Reach, which is literally the second quest in Stormblood, gets you there. And once I'm there, I should get access to another Centurio Seals merchant who should have stuff that I either want, can give to the Grand Company for seals, or that is like more minions and stuff like that, and mounts and stuff like that, because I think they get an expanded inventory in Stormblood because it's the same currency, but you obviously have the ability to do more hunts. I might be entirely wrong about that. Anyway, an important thing to note about the raids for A Realm Reborn. They are not part of any roulette. There is a raid roulette, but Coils of Bahamut isn't in it, from what I understand. There is no Savage version of the Coils of Bahamut. They just are. So, short of putting a party finder up and hoping that people join it, it's unlikely. I can't just queue in for it and hope that people are going to be doing it, because it's not current content. People aren't going to just be queuing up for it randomly. So I'm going to be doing this unsynced, which is fine. I've done it before. The bosses will be interesting. Because obviously they were not designed to be soloed. But first, let's level up with the Vath before I forget to do it and then lose the next few days of their dailies. Master, I only wish to help Lothas the Vath. A well-meaning wish, but now it seems it will ruin us. With my travels, I have greatly angered the Overmind. I have brought this misfortune upon our colony. It is my duty to rectify it. I thought long and hard, and there's only one way to avoid war. I will destroy the Overmind itself. Without his guidance, the One Mind will know not what to do. They will grow confused. So confused they cannot go to war without a leader to command them, yes? So I will give myself up to Lothas Nath, willingly, for the Overmind to come out of his nest, to cure me of individuality. In that moment I will strike. If I submit myself to the One Mind's thoughts, he should not suspect. Should not. Master, when the storyteller spoke of true purpose, it caused me to reconsider my own. Perhaps becoming an adventurer was not my purpose at all. Creating a guild, traveling to distant lands to secure resources, treating with the dragons. Perhaps these were to serve a greater purpose, to protect my colony. I will not shirk this duty. My sense of self is strong enough. I will be victorious, as I was at Annex Trine. Master, I cannot ask for your help this time. The storyteller will have need of you here at the colony. Should I fail in my task, all Vath must prepare themselves for war. Forgive me. These are difficult things for me to say. Very difficult. But I must. So, farewell for now. You look troubled, Great Hunter. Is there something amiss? The fool! The Overmind will gladly welcome him into his arms. Even should he strike down the Overmind, it will be for naught. When one falls, another rises. So it has ever been. Great Hunter, Fuck off. Great Hunter, we are vulnerable to the Overmind, but his thoughts hold no sway over man. Only you can pursue him. But Storyteller, even should she find the Deft Arm, there are too many drones in the hive for them to escape. Too many! The Overmind could command them to all strike at once. We must try to reach him before that happens. If the Deft Arm enters the hive and is cleansed of his individuality, the One Mind will grow confident. Very confident indeed. His recklessness will only spur them to swifter action. Let us hope there is still time. I will try to summon the others, those who may be willing to help us. Hurry, Great Hunter, to Lothas Nath. Another reason why I really want to get to Stormblood is so that I can do the fates in the fringes for the Stormblood yokai medallions. Hello. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I'm dying. Don't fucking die. Yeah, the issue here isn't the ones that get spawned by the quest, it's the ones that get spawned that are just here. It is done. He is cured. I guess that's the one mind. Interesting to see the Kong Mala, or whatever it's called, walking with its pincers. You come in vain, fleshling hunter of gods. Sense of self no longer exists in this one. He is ours once more, one with the many, in harmony. Harmony that you could never hope to achieve. Your division breeds chaos, murder, war. You do not understand peace. Would that you could learn, could link. Our harmony is beyond your kind. All submit to a single thought here. We do not quarrel. But you, fleshling, you sow discord, you nurture deformity. You would murder the many. If you thirst for blood, hunter, then sate it with one of your own. Leave our hive at once. Release the Deft Arm! You bastard. You do not understand. The non-mind senses of self fester and corrupt the whole. The non-mind threatens the natural order. This one's presence is poison. Anathema. We feel it growing, gnawing, present yet apart. Defiant. No longer. It ends. Corrupted flesh must be destroyed before it grows and claims us. We know your strength, warrior. We know your thirst. Grant him his death, or will you let him grant you yours? Remember who you are, Deft Arm! Deft Arm. What is this? The seams. They tear. Impossible. No. We are the many, and you are one. Even if you stray, you cannot escape. You will obey. Hey, Storyteller. You forget that the Vath yet have allies. Powerful allies. Give him hell, Deft Arm. You're stronger than this. You are an adventurer, are you not? Pull yourself together. Without Deft Arm, who will Dry Dock share stink eggs with? Deft Arm. Deft Arm. Deft Arm! Whose thoughts are these? Silence! Silence! And Link, to his voice, to his will, one speaks louder than many. Master, storyteller, I know you all. You know me. Yes, I am the Vath Deft Arm, adventurer and protector of my colony. You. None would dare assault us. None. You know not what you have done. Withdraw. So are they now part of the Nope. I was going to say, were they part of the non-mind now? Those who have always followed the will of the Overmind know nothing of other powerful bonds in this world. I felt a great fear in him, greater than his hate. I believe the One Mind will avoid us for some time. I felt such emptiness, as they feel. There were no shapes, no flavors, no moods. There were no questions, no answers. Only a single command. To obey. I could not accept such a world. I was able to regain myself thanks to you all. But now I feel so exhausted. Let us return home. To the guild. Oh, there we go. So this should put us at rank 7, which I think is the penultimate rank. Is it? So wait, what are we? We're honored. Okay, there's... Yeah, no, this is the penultimate. Okay. Oh. Okay. Hey, Dragling, how you doing? Happy Friday. My friends, I cannot thank you enough for coming to my aid. Friends? I don't go thinking cause I'm soft, cause it ain't. The hunters have been depending on the steady flow of arrow shafts from your guild. It'd be too much trouble to go back to fetching them ourselves. That putrid incense supplied by the guild may make my eyes water, but it keeps the convictory blessedly free of dragons. Bobbies can't get enough of guild stink eggs. Drygox gets shivery shakes without them. I never realized that the guild had become so important to so many people. Lothar Svat no longer lives as a parasite thanks to the Adventurers Guild. Our sustainability is guaranteed as long as there are those willing to accept our help. The One Mind believed that we were alone, that we only survived by clinging to each other. That was their conception of a colony. To welcome strangers into the hive is unthinkable to them, and our advantage. Unlike the Overmind, we can forge alliances with others to enrich our colony. They cannot ascertain our strength, and that is cause for them to leave us be. Much cause indeed. The non-mind have much to be thankful for. It seems we've become too useful to those around us. We are sure to repay our wonderful allies' kindness in whatever way we can. Even so, I yearn to experience more, to explore new lands and meet new people. I have learned much from your lessons, but it is time to be my own master. I have burdened you long enough. I know that I have much to learn, and that try as I might, I can never be as strong as you. I must develop my own strengths and see to the guild and its future adventures, but I hope someday to join you. Your pupil will make you proud. Wait for me, master. I'm doing quite well, thank you. Planning on taking on the raids today. So I don't suppose by any chance you would like to data center visit and do those. Keep me company. It would be particularly helpful for second coil 4, I think. If I'm getting those right. So now you could join me on Oceanic as a healer or tank. Oh, it would be unsynced still, so you could be whatever you want. So now we're sworn, and we have to get 1700 reputation, but then we become allied, I think, which is the max rank that I can get. Oh yeah, I know that it's going to be easy peasy. Literally the only one that I'm worried about is Nail, because of DPS. I had a couple left over from last time, so we're just going to turn those in. It's also a great way for you to get second chance if you need them. Ugh. Okay. So. Oh, we've already done the fashion report today. But thank you. Yeah, we already did the fashion report today. Yeah, I think I made it look pretty good. Right, so yeah, if I need to get to the Oceania server. Oh, don't worry. We made Redolent, I mean Mast, Rose love us. So visit another data center. Select a world. Go to... Where do we want to go to? Shall we go to... Zervan? Okay. I need to connect to it once first, I think. Is that what it was telling me? I may need to create a new character temporarily. I can do that if needed. I'm on the wrong data center for my one as well. Shadow hasn't been released yet, so I haven't data center transferred to that yet. Will this let me? Yes, yes it did. Okay, we're headed to Zervan. And Drakeling, if you're interested, we do have a Discord, so if you want, we could jump on Discord and have a chat whilst we're doing it. Absolutely don't have to, but I'm just throwing it out there in case you wanted to. Okay. All of this just to do A Realm Reborn raid content. Which honestly, like 90% of it I could solo as my white mage. It's just gonna be easier having a second person. It's gonna be quicker as well, but it's mainly there's one fight which is gonna be so much easier from having more DPS. Okay. Because I want to do Coils of Bahamut, and then if you're happy to help me with it as well, I'd love to do Alexander to unlock A9S. Oh. Hello. I assume this is you? Hello. Awesome. Well then. Let's get stuck into it, shall we? Unfortunately, you will have to put up with me going through all the cutscenes. So, sorry about that. Yay! I'm playing with a friend! It's been so long! So, just in case anyone forgot, we are dealing with the other one of the Levialure twins through this story. Elise, who hasn't been mentioned, I think, at all in the entirety of Heavensward. And we are currently in eastern Lenosha, because the Garleans have been excavating this area. The scars left by the calamity. I can scarce breathe for the surfeit of Aether. Tell me, have you ever seen corrupted crystals such as these? Such crystals manifested across the realm when the course of the great river of Aether was irrevocably altered 5 years ago. Behold, one of the objects that caused that alteration, a fragment of the lesser moon Dalamud. Ancient Alag created Dalamud, or Meteor to use the Garlean name, to serve as a celestial prison for Bahamut. Its fall inflicted grievous wounds upon the land, wounds that have yet to heal, as is evident from the corrupted crystals. Oh yeah, you'll also get tombstones. Yeah, that's another reason why it's good that I'm doing these, because I need the tombstones. I need a bare minimum of 87,000 for anima relics, and that's bare minimum assuming that I buy all of the rest of the unidentifiable stuff from these tribes and stuff like that. Amazing! Dalamud's internal defenses still function in spite of everything? A testament to the ingenuity of the Allegans. The Garleans seek to appropriate their advanced technology. I am certain of it. I was reading it as appropriate, but it's appropriate. We're about to come face to face with secrets that have long lain buried within the sands of time. Great dangers may lie beyond, but we've come too far to turn back. The truth of the calamity is within reach. There you go. Get a nice little regen on you. So this, I do not think this will take long at all, because you have screw, or drill rather, drill. Now what I do find amazing, we'll go through it after the cutscene, but this just shows the scale of Bahamut, because that is just one of his wings. Gods preserve! Dark wings that would engulf the very heavens. These could only belong to Bahamut, the primal who laid Eorzea to waste 5 years ago. At Cartano, my grandfather sought to imprison Bahamut anew by invoking the power of the 12. Alas, the Dreadworm proved too powerful, and he soon broke free of his confines. Yet instead of resuming the destruction he had begun, Bahamut vanished. Whither to, no one knew. Until this day. But I do not understand. If Bahamut is truly a primal, how is it that he retains his physical form? Did Grandfather defeat him? Or is there some other explanation? We must press on if we are to learn the truth. I love how Drakeling's character is just staring like slack-jawed into the middle distance the whole time. So, this is the wing tip, and then all the way over there, like so far away that it's really difficult to actually get a sense of how far away that is the base of the wing. Like, Bahamut is fucking huge. Let's go. These will not take long to clear at all. Although I may get confused as to which way I'm supposed to go. Dear God. He's just going through, shotgunning everything to death. Fair. Fair. Yep. This is the intended way to go through the Coils of Bahamut. I mean, to be fair, these are raids, but most of what we'll be going through is stuff that is basically just a glorified section of a dungeon. Like, it's not even a full dungeon. It's like the section up to the first boss of a dungeon. Speaking of the first boss of the first coil. Sadly, it's the only way you know how to go through. Don't worry about it. You never did this properly synced. Me either. This content is so difficult to get a party together for that you basically shouldn't bother. Perhaps down the line, if we get enough people in the community that actually play Final Fantasy XIV, if we could all get together and run through it, I think it's synced. I think that'd be cool, but yeah. Now, I actually do potentially want this stuff for glam, so don't mind me. Although none of this was actually worth it, but thank you very much. That's another nice thing, is we don't get the reduced rewards from doing it solo. Onto the second coil. We're gonna blast through these. I'm mainly thinking that Twintania and Nail are gonna be so much easier from having multiple people, because I remember actually having to do mechanics when I played it solo. So we're getting deeper and deeper down into the exploration site, or expedition site, that the Garleans went through. And so every time that we go through one of these duties, you're going to see that number getting higher and higher. I think we can split up here. I think. If you want to go that way and I'll go this way. I think that's the way that this is intended. Oh god, you can tell that I'm on an Oceania server. You erase me. You're a ranged DPS. You are definitely gonna beat me. Okay, so he's taking on the... No, he's killed the boss. Basically that boss gets powered up for all the other ones that you've not killed. And they get different buffs depending on which ones that you've not killed. Of course, bearing in mind how we're both massively over-leveled for this, it doesn't really matter. There was one of these coils that you had to do the mechanics for back when you were only level 70. Yeah. Twintania has some mechanics. And Nail has mechanics that are... You kind of... Unless you can DPS past them. True, we also have the Epic Echo buff. Yeah. Which is, I think, 300% for both of us. So we're doing 3 times damage on top of everything else. Oh, this one. Okay, this is probably going to be the one that takes the longest. Purely because there's a lot of moving that we need to do in this. Yeah, this one's a bit confusing to navigate. Yeah. I've not done this one in a little while. But basically, you get these platforms that you have to activate, and then you can jump between other platforms. But there's multiple routes that you can take. And they're not necessarily... they're not necessarily that clear which one's which. So we should remember that there's always a way to get back up. So the one that is going to be closest to where we drop down, or pointing the way that we're dropping down... I just fucked up and went the same way. What's the definition of insanity? The one that points the way that we came from will take us back up. I can just see you jumping between platforms. I'm gonna get to them and there's not gonna be a single enemy left. And yeah, you activate those so that then you can get through the platforms. I hope I actually killed something. Excuse me. There we go. What I love is that somewhere there's a patrolling band of dreadworms or dread guards, but they're just running along like the outskirt, like up on that lip, so it's not somewhere that you can actually get to as a player. You can aggro them and kill them. Whee! I think it might be on this level. Oh god, the lag. The lag in that I did swift cast and then immediately holy, and my holy didn't get swift casted. Is it... Which way is it? Is it that way? I'm not so sure. Yeah, I wasn't so sure about that. Where's this one take us? I mean, it takes us down. You think the blue circles are indications of where to go. I remember thinking that. There they are. There's the patrolling one. So yeah, they're literally like... They're patrolling all the way across, so we can't even get to where they are right now. But they're there. Which I just think is a funny little bit of design that they went with. Then this is the end, I believe. Yeah. So if you're just trying to get through it, you complete that one without getting any rewards because there's no boss. So like there is a point to go through it taking the optimum route to get items instead, because then you get items. Obligatory elevator segment. Hey, those look familiar. I really love the recycled assets. Not the first time we've had a battle on an elevator, nor will it be the last. Very true. Get smoked. Yeah. It's just so hard. To be honest, the Coils of Bahamut have always felt a bit weird to me in the fact that some of them is just a boss fight. Some of them, it's going through bullshit like this, where you're just fighting normal enemies. It's like it doesn't feel like there's much point in repeating those. But then you get to Stormblood, and the raids for Stormblood lean so much more heavily into the boss fights, and so they're really interesting and really good. And they kind of have the running through just normal enemies bit be the story that is linked alongside it, so you don't have to repeat that, you just get to the boss fight. Anyway, speaking of boss fights, time for the boss of the first coil. Which takes place on Bahamut's claw. This is a single one of his paws, his hands, whatever the fuck you want to call them. Time to see if mechanics matter. Yeah. Because when you're doing this solo, the mechanics matter. Or if you're doing it synced, the mechanics really matter. This is going rather more smoothly than I expected. It is indeed convenient to have a hero on hand. Gods, that the cavern would open up again, even at this depth. This resembles a finger. And so it should. This is Bahamut's hand! As with the wings, it seems to be frozen, and for that I count my blessings. Again, I find myself wondering, how is it able to retain physical form? I had assumed that Bahamut's reversion to ether was the cause of the widespread changes to the realm. If he is still here, then that theory no longer holds. What was it, then, that brought about the realm's sudden regeneration? Still so much we do not know about Cartano. I haven't the slightest inkling how deep these caverns run, but we must continue. Alright, let's go. There is a ultimate in raid involving Bahamut, where basically it throws all of the mechanics for all of the major boss fights together. Ooh, let's go. That and oh, okay, no, mechanics do not matter. Mechanics do not matter. Oh no. Nice. Oh dear God. I thought that she had an invuln phase, but I think we may have avoided that entirely. Okay, well, I now need to go and get the quest for the second coil. So, oh wait, no, first, yeah. So we've made it to the main bridge, which honestly looks an awful lot like we're inside one of the, I want to call them steam cleaners, the juggernauts from like Final Fantasy XII or 13. This contraption, is it used to control the saturation of ether? Suppose there's only one way to find out. The dragon you vanquished earlier. Doubtless you noticed the peculiar contraption around its neck. It was likely a receptor of some description, used to enslave the creature. Ancient Allag possessed the means to control dragons, it would seem. The Ishgardians would kill for this knowledge, though, to be sure, it could as easily be brought to bear against them. An army of dragons could turn the tide of any battle, as the Garleans once learned to their sorrow. I would not be the least bit surprised if they now sought to exploit this power. Whatever their plans, this serves as another reminder of the might of the Allagans. One cannot help but wonder how so advanced a civilization came to fall. Okay, now we get access to all of the Allagans' lolly porn. They had to hide it deep, deep under the ground because they were ashamed of it. All the normal porn, that they stored in Circus Tower, but all of the lolly porn, that's here. Gods be good! Turns out they were also dragon fuckers. This is Bahamut's head! For a moment you thought I said lollipops. No. That enormous crystal, it pulsates as if it were a heart. Then the primal that had awakened was Bahamut all this time? No. No, no, no! This cannot be true. This would mean that grandfather died for naught. Confound it! We do not know enough to strike at it now. We must withdraw. Who's that? No. No, it can't be. Grandfather? Is it truly you? Louis Soir. Aye. And that looks like some kind of imperial person in front of him. No, don't leave me again. Please. Grandfather! I know. We can do no more for now. Louis Soir, or however you spell the name. I haven't seen you since 1.0. Come back! I know that there is a quest in Uldar where you can go over the story of Louis Soir. But I've not ever actually done it. This is a great spot for taking G-pose pictures that can look quite epic. But I'm okay. I'm good. I've got someone waiting on me to do more, so I'm going to just keep going. Yeah. It is quite the epic backdrop, yeah. I don't know what the backdrop looks like for the Stormblood one when you end it. I'm deliberately not saying the name for people that might watch that don't know the content. But I imagine that the one at the end of Stormblood looks quite good. Because some of the Stormblood backdrops for the raids are fucking epic. Huh? But this looks like... How did we come to be in Northern Thanlan of all places? Oh, but such details matter little. Grandfather's alive after. Bahamut did not defeat him. But why won't he return to us? I don't understand. This expedition has yielded more questions than it did answers. At any rate, we would both be better for a rest. Let us return to the Waking Sands and reflect upon what we have seen. Thank you, After. Without you, none of this would have been possible. Yeah, just in case you forgot, this is A Realm Reborn content. So we were still using the Waking Sands. Does that mean that I actually have to go to the Waking Sands? Because if so, I still have Vesper Bay Aetheryte tickets! Still, I'm at the end of Heavensward, and I still have some. Yeah, so the quest is here for Ulysses' pledge. Ray, return to the Waking Sands. I remember having to come to the Waking Sands a lot more often than I think I did in this playthrough. to be honest. Alright then, Urianger. Full glad am I for thy safe return. Lady Elise hath apprised me of thy many experiences. As thou wilt doubtless be aware, Master Louis Soir was my lady's grandsire. Gravely concerned was I for her safety, but 'twould seem I need not have been so. With all my heart I do thank thee for watching over her. But come, thou must speak with Mistress Elise upon that which transpired within the binding coil. May it serve to bring us closer to the truth of the calamity. For sure, before they reworked A Realm Reborn, you think it was visited far more often. Yeah, because I played when Heavensward was on content or was just about to come out, I have some memories of how often you had to go back then. But also because I then did another character going through A Realm Reborn when Shadowbringers was just coming out. I also remember it being quite a few times then. I forget when the rework was though. I think it was... wasn't it Stormblood? That they reworked A Realm Reborn? I know that they then more recently reworked it again, but I think that was mainly for post A Realm Reborn. Shall we begin then, Urianger? I understand you have a report of your own to share with us. Aye, my lady. Even as thou didst emerge from the depths, an etheric disturbance betokening primal activity was observed. In Mordona was it marked first. By comparison of time and magnitude, we have since deduced its origin, the Cartano Flats. Strange. There have been no reports of primal activity in that region. It could only have been Bahamut. That would certainly explain how we came to be in northern Thanlan. Somehow the cavern took us all the way from Vilbrun to the heart of Aldenard. 'Twould seem so, my lady. It is all but certain, then. After Bahamut disappeared 5 years ago, he hid himself deep beneath Cartano, and has since lain dormant, regenerating. Aye, my lady, taken together with thine own accounts of Bahamut's continued presence, the land's slowness to heal and the disorder of the etheric currents do point to one conclusion. Bahamut stirreth. If left unchecked, the primal shall drink of Eorzea's life force, till he doth waken to rain ruin upon the land. Rest assured, I do not mean to give up after. Bahamut may still live, but so too does grandfather. For the past 5 years he has been keeping vigil over his nemesis, making certain that the primal does not escape. Master Louis Soir doth yet live? I darest not hope, and thou art certain 'twas no mere manifestation of thine only too sorely felt grief? I know how desperate this may sound, Urianger, but I saw him with my own 2 eyes, as did after. But he vanished deeper into the labyrinth before we had a chance to speak. 2 more like fragments of Dalamud pierced the earth when the lesser moon fell. One we have seen. If we can but find the other 2, I am certain that we will find grandfather as well. If thou so believest, my lady, then I too shall have faith. If it pleases you, I shall notify the grand companies of this development. All Eorzea must stand united if we are to avert a repeat of the calamity. That will not be necessary, Urianger. Being the great conciliator that he is, Alphino will seek to unite Eorzea of his own accord. If rumours are true, that endeavour is already well underway. So let us leave the diplomacy to the diplomat, while we continue our investigation of Bahamut. I swear to you, no matter what it takes, we will find my grandfather and uncover the whole truth of the calamity. After, you've heard me swear to do these things, but without your strength I cannot hope to make good on my word. The danger to Eorzea is not past. For the sake of all who abide here, I pray that you will ever be our sword in the darkness. Because whilst this is all going on with Elise, Alphino was creating the Crystal Braves. What is... Oh yeah, another turn of the coil. A crystal-choked abyss lieth beneath Cartano Flats, the unholy cradle of an elder primal, and by thy hand were truths great and terrible wrested from those once celestial depths. Yet, as is oft the case, an answer doth breed a profusion of questions, and the unknown doth beckon with an irresistible allure. Near have the mysteries of the Red Moon lain sewn neatly within our grasp. Lady Elise hath sent word of her coming. 'Tis time once more to brave the precipice and leap, unflinching, into the jagged wound that doth gape beneath the land. If it's alright with you, you think you'll take me up on the offer of the Discord, just so you're able to listen in at all times. No worries. Why did I put an S at the end? I don't know, but there we go. Mine apologies. I trust I have not kept you waiting over long? Hello. In fact, let me move us to... There we go. So Drakeling should now be able to hear us good. And I'll unmute Discord for the stream just in case. Arthur, I am both delighted and reassured to have you at my side once more. I would not waste your time with trivialities. Let us proceed directly to the discussion of that which we have learned, and that which we hope to learn anon. Initially, it was evidence of a new primal that led us to delve into the cavern beneath Castromocodons, and to explore the subterranean scars left after the fall of Dalamud. As you will well recall, what we found was a vast, largely intact fragment of the fallen satellite, and within the depths of that structure, we discovered not the new primal we had expected, but the broken form of Bahamut himself. Yet even this great revelation would soon be overshadowed by the appearance of mine own grandfather. I have since shared our sundry findings with Rambros, preeminent scholar of the Sons of St. Koinuk, and he, in turn, did kindly furnish me with his theory concerning the Elder Primal's Algan prison. 'Twould seem that Dalamud was constructed to gather unto itself the rays of the sun, and thence channel this radiant bounty unto the Crystal Tower. The ancients saw great potential in Bahamut's capacity to manipulate energies of otherwise unmanageable magnitude. 'Twas for this reason that they did bind him within the Red Moon, to serve as its living core. Do you remember the sight that greeted us at the culmination of our journey? The colossal devices that surrounded and seemed to cradle the incomplete form of the Elder Primal. From the information provided to us by the Sons of St. Koinuk, we have learned that these contraptions were termed internment hulks, and that each bore the designation Ragnarok class. The purpose of these hulks is believed to be twofold. First, they are meant to act as binding coils, rendering Bahamut incapable of escape. And second, they are meant to feed him. Perversely, the selfsame energy which prevents him from moving also serves to sustain his corporeal manifestation. Bahamut is permitted neither to die, nor to truly live. He merely is allowed to be. For century upon century was the Elder Primal thus imprisoned, bound about in fetters so subtle in their working, and yet so adamant, that though his cell be destroyed, Bahamut lieth yet at the mercy of his long-departed captors. It has long been held that the Primals require the prayers of their faithful followers to exist, yet none alive worship Bahamut. Could it be, then, that the Allagans found a way to simulate prayer itself? It seems the only logical explanation. I would postulate, therefore, that the regenerative mechanisms in question also supply something akin to the power of prayer. Consequently, if all the internment hulks were to be rendered inactive, Bahamut should dissolve into the ether. upon the evidence of thy previous foray, we determine that the Elder Primal is sustained by 3 such binding coils. Thus did we commence to scour the realm, and found in the Twelveswood an as yet unexplored fragment of the Lesser Moon, bearing a most familiar etheric signature. And after conducting a preliminary investigation, we believe that we have discovered a point from which this North Shroud fragment and the second of the internment hulks can be entered. As Eorzea's sword in the darkness, I would have you once more lead the charge. I will, of course, be there at your side. Once you have made your preparations, head to Fulgord Float and make yourself known to my assistant, Serpent Lieutenant Anlay. The fallen fragment is not far from the settlement, and her position provides a convenient rendezvous point. Hey Patinga, how you doing? I will break these elegant fetters, for they bind my grandfather as surely as they bind Bahamut. Okay. Well played. If I remember rightly, it is the second coil that is the one that I ended up getting stuck on the boss for. Afterman, I've been expecting you. My name's Anlay. I've been accorded the rank of lieutenant within the Order of the Twin Adder that I may better assist Lady Alysse with her endeavours here in the Twelveswood. Such authority has allowed me to act without interference from the local soldiery, and to conduct a preliminary investigation of the Alder Springs fragment. From what we've seen of the exterior, the structure shares many common features with the one you explored in Lenosha, and likely plays host to a similar complement of guardians. But I fear words alone will do little to prepare you for what lies ahead. Pray, seek out my comrade to the south and west. He's charged with observing all that occurs in the vicinity of the fragment, and he'll be well placed to show you the thing, if nothing less. Yeah. This thing that looks like a section of a halo ring. What business brings you to this broken land? Unless you fancy being ground to a bloody pulp under the granite fists of a wandering golem, I suggest you bugger up. Oh, my apologies, madam. Lady Alysse sent word of your impending arrival, but it would seem I've grown rather too accustomed to shooing away curious sellswords and reckless explorers. Behold, if you will, one of the fallen shards of the Red Moon, Dalamud. Our initial survey uncovered no evidence of the Empire's presence, which, while fortunate in itself, meant that the approach to the fragment had yet to be cleared. After much effort, however, we succeeded in carving out a semblance of a path with which grant you access to the entrance, and that, I'm afraid, is where our progress ended. The interior, well, assuming that the architecture of this hulk resembles the first, the master controls you seek will be located on the bottommost layer, past all the ingenious and deadly defences of which the ancient Allegans seem so indecently fond. If you'd know more, I'm afraid there's nothing for it but to brave the depths of the fragment yourself. Lady Alysse will soon be arriving at Fulgord. Pray, do not tarry on your way back to the lieutenant's post. I imagine our young mistress will be most eager to commence the expedition. The road ahead promises peril aplenty, and I would humbly suggest that this is not the occasion to stint on preparations or provisions. May the 12 watch over you. I have no idea what the fuck that accent was, by the way. It just kind of came out. Yeah. Oh, fuck, I'm gone past it. I'm hoping that this is the thing that actually unlocks the raids, because I know that there's another quest in Mordona as well that I think is to do with the Coils of Bahamut. It was the Eorzean dialect accent. Mistress Bun. Oh fuck, she's doing it too now. Mistress Bun, I trust the private explanation was worth the journey? Simply securing an approach to the fragment's entrance proved a monumental task. I dare not think what defeating its inner defences will entail. If there's aught I might do to aid you, how about you just let me in? Ah, Lady Alice. Ah, my apologies. Master Alphino. Has there been a change of plan? Urianger informed me of the impending expedition. I merely came to exchange a few words with my fellow scion before she disappeared into the depths of the second coil. After, though I would strenuously deny if were she present, my sister's admiration and affection for our grandsire exceeds even mine own. Upon the matter of his legacy, therefore, Elise is wont to go above and beyond the call of duty. In our grandfather's absence, she has made the salvation of Eorzea her personal crusade. 'Twas that which prompted her to brave the perils of the first coil, yet the fact that she risks her life in this manner is not the greatest of my concerns. No, it is her subsequent fixation upon my grandfather's shade that worries me most. This quest to rid the world of Bahamut must not become a quest to save a man long dead. My sister must needs have a better reason to fight. A time will come when the fate of the realm rests upon our shoulders. And when it does, we must be strong in our resolve and certain of the stakes for which we risk all. There is a wide difference between fighting for the good of Eorzea and fighting for the love of a man who died for the good of Eorzea. Elise must choose her own path. She cannot rely on grandfather to choose it for her. But he is gone. I am glad that it is you with whom she makes this journey. If Elise is to discover a deepest purpose, then where better to find one than at the side of Eorzea's greatest champion? It was there that I found mine, after all. But 'tis past time I was gone. Fair fortune in your endeavours after. Lieutenant Anale, was it? I'd appreciate you making no mention of my presence here to my sister. Lady Elise is due to arrive at any moment. I shall abide in confident expectation of your triumphant return. Okay, and now, yes, we have unlocked the second coil. So what is the quest in Mordona? Is that for the final coil, maybe? Who knows? But we're going for it. Because now comes the fun bit of just absolutely wrecking some stuff. Now, second coil 1 comes up quite a lot on Wondrous Tales if you're below level 90. Or at least in my experience, it has. So I have done this multiple times. Because it's very easy to do solo. It becomes rarer when you're level 90 or higher, I think, because you've also got all the other... Like, as soon as you hit level 90 in any class, Wondrous Tales just changes immediately to become so much more reliant on later content. How strange. Why could we not see all this before? I suppose it is only to be expected that corrupted crystals should accompany a disturbance of this magnitude. After all, the fragments likely pierced the ground to a depth of many hundreds of yards. The swirling ether leaking from the wound must warp the very air, creating a veil that hides these formations from view. Well, it is not as if we expected this to be a straightforward task. Let's tread carefully, shall we? It is imperative that we win through to the depths of this structure and disable the mechanism that powers Bahamut's regeneration. Of course, if we should chance to encounter my grandfather upon the way, I shall not let him go again, not while there is hope that he may yet be saved. But mayhap we should put such thoughts from our mind until after we've successfully gained entrance to the place. That opening up ahead appears a suitable point of ingress. Can you guess what the bosses for this? Bonk. They just walk through the crystal? Damn. The cheaters. Okay, it wasn't just me that saw that. I'm glad. I'm glad that wasn't just on my end. Hiya. Reflexia. Because it wouldn't be a Final Fantasy without one of these. And now it's dead. Sweet. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I don't really need the rings and stuff, but I want the like armor, because some of it is not terrible for glam. Although I can run most of these unsynced by myself if I want the gear. Oh, is this the slightly awkward one where you're like jumping between different levels but you can't see it as clearly? Huh? That's a man! What are you doing here? With your lobster tail ass. Armor. No! It couldn't be! Be on your guard after. Though it defies all reason that he should live. I know of only one who wears such armor. He whom the Empire raised as high as the Black Wolf himself. The legatus of the 7th Legion. I speak of the madman who brought the Meteor Project to fruition. We face the White Raven, Nail Van Darnus, harbinger of the 7th Umbral Era. Nail Van Darnus? Ah, that was the name of the fool who perished upon the eve of the promised Age of Glory. It should not be uttered within these hallowed halls. Out of love for his loyal servant, the one true deity named me Nail Deus Darnus. The one true deity? Bahamut! He speaks of Bahamut! Oh, Lord Bahamut! Thy name is as sweet water to parched lips. How my heart swells at thy sacred touch. This blessed sanctum is the domain of my God and his beloved children. Seek to defile its glory, and you will answer to me. So he was the main villain of 1.0, is my understanding. Like, as much as Gaius is the villain of A Realm Reborn, he was the villain of 1.0. How is this possible? From what Alphino has told me, Nail was slain on the eve of the calamity. Whatever the truth of the matter, we must be on our guard. There can be no reasoning with the worshippers of a primal. Did you already get to the boss? No, never mind. This is just the... Yeah. The way that that reacted made it seem like you had already gotten to the boss. Although, to be fair, maybe this isn't the one that I'm thinking of. I was lagging a bit during that cutscene, though. But it's with Final Fantasy XIV, it's difficult to tell if that's me or if that's just how that cutscene goes. Okay, yeah, this isn't the one that I was thinking of. The one that I'm thinking of must be later. This is just another elevator segment. Killed something. I'm helping. At this point, you're just using auto attacks. Fair. To be fair, I could probably switch to a DPS class and we'd be alright as well. Oh. But who knows, when we get to the nail fight, it might be worth having a healer. Remember you. So this is kind of, you can see it from the way that the place looks. But this is kind of like proto Asylum. Which, yeah, makes sense given that it's Allegan. Cursed Voice. Will soon be used to unleash a petrifying... Oh! Okay. Yeah, so she does Cursed Voice, which you use to petrify the Cyclops, I believe. Otherwise, if the Cyclops catches up to you, I believe it's an instant kill, or it's just a hell of a lot of damage. You know what? Afflatus Misery. Put her out of her misery, but very good, very good. So this is supposed to be underground? I think either that or we've somehow gone to the top of the area, which seems a bit of a weird way to go about it, because like these landmarks don't much look like areas that we know. Then again, I don't particularly know the skyline of Eorzea that well. Okay, turn 3. I think this... And the debris floating in the air isn't something you normally see in Eorzea either. True. Aside from, like, around where Nim used to be. I think this is the one, yeah, that ends... There's the tree boss, the tree end, that actually has mechanics. Otherwise, you wipe if you're doing it solo. But we'll do enough DPS that we won't have to worry about them. I am reminded of the passages beneath Castrum Occupants. We must have travelled quite some distance below the surface. More of the same tunnels. 'Twill be good. Surely they cannot continue all the way down from the upper floors. It is difficult to see inside, but I have a terrible feeling those corridors house more of the dreadful guardians we've already faced. It is said that the Allagans excelled in the creation of chimerical beasts, and that the Red Moon teemed with 1,000 fantastical monstrosities, all to prevent the enemies of the ancient empire from releasing the Elder Primal. I wonder, the creatures that prowl these halls, could they be the beloved children of which Nail spoke? Well, this is yet another mystery to ponder upon our return. Shall we continue onward? So, similarly to the other one, we can, like, jump around. We can either jump further down, or you can jump up into another path. And we have to find a bulkhead in order to open it. We may have already found it. My... I ran this enough times that somehow in the depths of my memory I just remembered that that was the way to get there. Like, that's kind of funny. Do I need to... I need to go to the upper decks real quick for mapping, because I am probably not going to come back. Oh no. Pardon me. And again. So there's a stealth segment to this as well. Okay, that should now give me mapping once we go to the boss location. The Avatar. Ugh. So yeah, this boss, if I remember, it has some weird kind of like battery mechanic with towers. That, yeah, these ones. So you can't let those towers reach fully charged, or he basically wipes. And so you have to like stand in the area to take their charge as a debuff. Or is it that you actually charge them up so that they don't charge at the same time? Maybe it's that. Maybe it's so that they don't charge at the same time. There's actual mechanics. I remember learning them at some point. I don't remember what they are anymore. I love the fact that they've given us a shortcut. They gave us a shortcut for all of 50 meters. Well, let's give it a go. I'm happy to just try and brute force it. Oh, I'm sure that you can blow it away. You've just been using auto attacks. You just wanted to see what it did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it is something to do with charging these up, and that you want to charge one of them, but you don't want to charge the other. I think. Is it? It's like if we do charge this one up. And now he's taking less damage and dealing more. But he also dies. Yeah, I remember having to learn that one to avoid wiping when soloing this. Remember what it actually entailed. Thank you kindly. Okay. Now, time to take on the boss of the second coil. Which, this is the one that I got stuck on when trying to solo this, because there's a phase where he just does a shit ton of damage from dragons outside of the arena. If you're not careful. Well, I say if you're not careful. If you don't DPS him past that stage. It's very Final Destination looking. Where's Nail in Smash? 1v1, Final Destination, no items. Surely cannot be Dalamud. Where are we? The final resting place of Nail Van Darnus. This is a grave for the undeserving, and for the crime of trespassing upon my god's sanctuary, this place shall serve as your grave too. No. Is Nail a woman? In the hour of his failure, Nail Van Darnus felt the currents of ether begin to bear away his essence. But before oblivion could claim the last of him, A divine will reached out, and I was born. Then did the words of my God resound in mine ears. Bring unto mine enemies crushing defeat, that they might know despair without end, and claim thee thus the victory which thou wert once denied. Would seem that little remained of Nail's essence when Bahamut plucked him from the brink of oblivion, and the result was this strange simulacrum. Nevertheless, her aura bespeaks great power. She channels the rage of the Elder Primal himself. Lord Bahamut, thy wish is my command. None shall scape thine unquenchable fury. Come, ye dull, unthinking beasts, bare your teeth. They will avail you naught in the calamity to come. Right, I honestly didn't realize that this boss was female. This is the one. We'll burn him down unless you want to attempt the mechanics. We can go through it once and show what it looks like, and then if we wipe, we'll blast through it the next time, if that's okay. Cool. So we haven't done the Dragonsong War yet, but I see this boss as being a prototype for one of the bosses that is yet to come up for us. Oh no! So the mechanics here are they drop these comets on us. But these comets will then turn into golems, which you cannot let join together, or they will join like Voltron into a super-powered golem, which basically hounds you and is unkillable. That being said, when they first spawn, if you're careful, you can just use an AoE and kill them. Because there's two of us, we should each get one of the golemy things. But when it's just you, you kind of have to end up circling the entire arena to get them to not spawn on top of each other. I think we want these comets in order to hide behind for Mega Flare. I think. I may have been wrong about that. It looks like I was wrong about that. Now this bit, I don't know that well. He causes an Allegan relic to fall. Oh, and then that just does... Oh shit! How did that happen? Oh, you got pushed out and it was instant death. Yeah. I meant to do that on you. But that's fine, because I tried to do it on Nail so it didn't go off. Okay, now these are the dragons that would kill me when I was soloing this. Because they will do... Jesus. Like that. It's just so much damage. Because I think what happens is you're getting the garroted debuff, which stacks up. And that's supposed to be about tank switching when you're in a full party, because this would be an 8-man duty. But then you also have the dragons, which are doing fire and ice attacks. And I think it was supposed to be that you did something like Opposite's Resolve. But when you're soloing it, you don't really get the option of influencing it at all. And so you just end up taking a shit ton of damage and not really being able to do anything about it unless you can burst him past that stage. I believe. But now, let's just kill the fucker. First phase. This is so much easier having another person, especially a machinist. Reassembled drill is just such a nice combo. I honestly didn't expect that you'd get that in Heavensward either. I thought that drill was like Stormblood or later. Oh, and you get chainsaw. Okay. I've not seen chainsaw yet. But I've only done machinist. I've only actually played machinist up to 60 so far. 62, I think it currently is. I didn't touch it on my previous character, aside from Palace of the Dead. So do we reckon that this was also preempting the mortal channeling a primal, and it was just that she was channeling part of Bahamut, as opposed to Iceheart channeling the entirety of the Shiva primal? Poor creature, would that you had never been born. You had surrendered your physical form and collapsed into ether. But Bahamut denied you death and imprisoned what little was left of you in an ethereal shell resembling what, I wonder? Images from your memory, perhaps? But that shell is now broken, and your primal deity seems disinclined to sustain your existence. My primal deity, I kneel to no icon. What need have I to beg the favour of such filth? I am Nail Van Darnus, legatus of the 7th Legion. No, a moment. My thoughts are clouded, and this body is not mine own. Could it be that you spoke the truth? Was I ensorcelled by the Lesser Moon's ancient prisoner? That will not happen again. You speak as if Bahamut no longer controls you. That's impossible. Once a primal ensnares a mind, it cannot be freed. Unless Bahamut simply relinquished his claim. What need has he of a broken spirit bound for the ethereal realm? Oh, that I should fall prey to the very influence I sought to purge from the land. The irony is galling. But do not assume that all of my actions were chosen for me. It was my will that the Meteor Project be resurrected. Mine and no other. Yet it seems that my grand designs were destined to fail. Even the ungentle release of death was denied me. Nail, please. You must tell us more of the calamity. I must know the truth of what has befallen the world. And what has become of my grandfather, Archon Louisoix. You are Louisoix's grandchild. Ah, the fates are generous with their cruelty. Continue on if you would have your answers. They await you at the terminus of your path. But know that this path leads only to despair. The light of truth was ever harsh and unforgiving. Why do you say this? Grandfather will be freed once we put a stop to Bahamut's restoration, will he not? What are you not telling us? Steel yourself, child. Only unbending resolve and merciless strength can conquer what lies ahead. The weak can do naught but weep under the pall of their own misery, as did the frail child I once was. Oh, they also prototyped Horschiefant here. Silence, chattering raven. Your wretched wings are broken, and you shall soar no more. My crimson moon, your brilliance sears mine eyes. I recognize that voice after, but never would he say such words. Come, let us finish what we came to do. All will be put aright when the final hulk lies dormant. Grandfather will be himself again, I am sure of it. A different, more complete view of Bahamut. Bahamut regenerates more swiftly than I had anticipated. Let us hope that disabling this coil will serve to slow the process. The display seems different, but the controls appear to mimic the mechanism we found in Lenosian Hulk. It shouldn't pose a problem. After. Forgive me. The moment I beheld Nail's transformation, hope wilted in my heart. I did not believe you could stand against the manifestation of Bahamut's power. For all your fabled strength and skill, I felt certain then that I was going to lose you, just as I lost my grandfather. Even he, a man for whom naught seemed impossible, was humbled before Bahamut's might. And yet, look how far we've come. 'Tis incredible the feats of which we are capable, our boundless potential. 'Twas this capacity for greatness, I believe, that Grandfather so dearly wished to protect. With all that has occurred, I have come to understand that much at least. But we didn't disable the first one. So at some point we need to circle back and do that. 'Tis done. Shall we make our way back to the surface and gather our thoughts? We've seen much that will benefit from Urianger's learned perspective. Well, shit. Grandfather, it is you, then why? Abandon this quest, Alysse. I will not countenance further sabotage of the Coils. Sabotage? But we must disable the Coils if we are to prevent Bahamut's revival. Your defiance seals your fate. No. No, you are not who I thought you were. My grandfather would never. Foolish girl. How could the White Raven allow herself to be bested by such sniveling opponents? Listen well. We all exist at the pleasure of one divine will. And the word of Lord Bahamut is absolute. Scurry back into your holes, vermin. You've been granted this one reprieve, but should you be so foolish as to crawl into my lord's domain again, I will crush the life from you myself. That light in grandfather's eyes. He has suffered the same fate as Nail. My grandsire is no more. That was naught but a phantom that profanes his noble memory. This mockery must be expunged. I will not rest until I free grandfather's soul from Bahamut's tyranny. Do you hear me, Bahamut? Your time is at an end. Eorzea and my family will be avenged. Chainsaw is level 90. It's another attack that deals 600 potency, which is the same for air, anchor, and drill. I don't even know air anchor. I don't know most of the machinist toolset. Like, outside of Heavensward, I've not really seen or looked into it yet. Although I could look into it right now. Right, so air anchor is at 76. So wait, you have drill, air anchor, and then chainsaw. And these are all off global cooldowns. Like, fair enough, drill is the one with the shortest cooldown. Wait, no, they're all GCD. Yeah. They're all GCD, but they just have longer cooldowns. I'm really interested to see how Machinist plays at high level. Because I've not seen it yet. Myself. I mean, obviously I've seen other people, present company included, play it. I've just not done it myself. Okay, Alysse's Resolve. Truly, it's a wonder to escape that stifling air and return to Northern Thanlan again, it would appear. I must thank you after. Were it not for your bravery, I strongly doubt that I would be standing here now. But you need not tarry on my account. The danger has passed. Pray, go on ahead and apprise Urianger of all that has occurred. I'll join you anon. My thoughts are yet unruly, and I would rest here a while. Pray, return to the Waking Sands. Again. I can't remember if I've ever actually done the final coil. I honestly don't remember anything after Nail. Like, I've definitely not... I was skipping the story by that point, so I definitely... That's the first time I've seen those cutscenes and stuff. I don't know if I've ever actually done Final Coil. And Machinist doesn't even rank in the top 3 for DPS, true. I forget, because I know that Red Mage got buffed relatively recently, so Red Mage now does more DPS. I forget who actually is top DPS. I think Samurai is one of them, isn't it? Just because I know a lot of people play Samurai. Oh yeah, Black Mage is for sure number 1, but Black Mage is also one of the most complicated DPS to do right. And even if you do it right, there's a good chance that you could be the first person to die in whatever duty you're playing. Purely because you can't move out of ley lines. You think Samurai and Dragoon are up there? Ugh. I hope that they make Dragoon actually fun with the rework, because... I mean, I've still only got it up to 70, but Dragoon just... It has so many buttons that all just do the same fucking thing. The triumphant hero doth return. Thine eyes speak of the dread task's completion. The second coil now lieth dormant. Yet I sense the tidings thou bearest are not altogether glad. Pray, tell me, what ill hath cast the shadow which falleth now across thy brow? I know that Ninja doesn't have great damage compared to other stuff at late levels, because of the moveset doesn't entirely change. Like, you get the good ninjutsu, but you very rarely want to actually do ninjutsu in combat. Like, aside from the ones that use Kasatsu at the beginning, most of the other ones aren't really worth it, from what I remember. Like, Doton is worth it when enemies are grouped together, but that's about it. An old foe and an old friend. So 'twas but the ethereal shadow of Master Louisoix that Lady Elise beheld, an unnatural conjuration enthralled to the elder primal, that the fiend should deign to choose him of all men, even in full knowledge of the shade's true nature. I would be hard-pressed to weather such a confrontation. Yet what agonies must the young mistress have endured? Such torment did she ne'er deserve. Mayhap 'twere better if the Lady Elise did absent herself from future forays unto the Coils. I've come too far to surrender to grief, Urianger. My lady, I am resolved to defeat these fiends, and naught shall sway me from my path. Now, let us peer more deeply into the well of our discoveries. As you wish, my lady. By your leave, I would speak first of the Coil's late guardian, Nael Vandanus. Vandanus was a legatus of the Garlean Empire who strove to bring about Eorzea's final destruction, only to fall even as the sixth sun did set. If thou hast heard tales of the White Raven, then it is he of whom they speak. Aye, he, I say, for Nael was for a certainty no maid. The noble house of Vandanus, as we discovered all too late, had long safeguarded the wisdom of ancient Alag. 'Twas thus that the legatus came to learn the true nature of Dalamud, and to seek to employ the Red Moon as a weapon against Eorzea. But the crystal tower and the mechanisms required to command the satellite yet lay hidden beneath the ground, compelling Nael to construct a far less subtle mechanism. And in his first faltering attempts to communicate with Dalamud, he did likely rouse the satellite's slumbering prisoner. Thenceforth did the White Raven's soul belong to Bahamut. He was fortunate indeed to acquire so powerful a thrall by chance. 'Tis little wonder he was so loath to part with him. Why let a simple thing like death deprive one of so useful a pawn? Though we may accuse him of bungling Vandarnis' resurrection, I dare say Bahamut was as content to have a handmaiden as a manservant. I only hope that the two thralls we encountered were the extent of his flock. Yet I cannot help but dwell on Nael's words, those beloved children of whom he spoke. I assumed at first that he referred to the moon's beastly guardians, but should Bahamut have enslaved other mortals, we must needs remove this source of worship, otherwise our efforts to disable the coils shall be for naught. Forgive me mine indelicacy, my lady. Thou art wise indeed to speak of expunging the Primal's thralls, but canst thou truly pursue a course which would cost thee thine own grandsire? My heart and mind are as one on this matter. Grandfather's salvation could be won but by a single method, the destruction of Bahamut, and aught that might serve to sustain him. After, while Urianger and I endeavour to ascertain the existence of any further thralls, I suggest you grant yourself a moment's respite. Rest assured that I will contact you the moment I have need of your inimitable talents. That we have achieved so much, I owe to you. However, I fear that our trials have barely begun. Though time had dulled the pain of thy passing, I find that I am wounded afresh. Master Louis Soir, what good shall come of this unending search for knowledge and truth? Long have I believed the pursuit of such treasures to be the duty of every true Sharlayan. Yet when each new revelation serveth only to heap further anguish upon those who we would fain protect, must we truly reach for more. So, you have found your resolve, dear sister. Will you now find a use for the secret? For the key that only you and I hold? Given our familial propensity for curiosity, you would do well to remember that keys may serve to seal doors as well as to unlock them, and Bahamut is a most unwelcome guest, to whom the door should never have been opened. Man is wont to cast a light wheresoever secrets lie hid in darkness. Though that which he illuminateth seldom bringeth him joy, so it is with such unhappy truths as Bahamut's immense shadow doth conceal. Yet ever onward forgeth Mistress Elise, undeterred by the burden of knowledge that weigheth heavy on her heart. 'Tis a perilous path she hath chosen, and a painful one. I prithee after, remain by her side as her valiant blade, that she might see her quest to its conclusion. It is well that you are here. My lady, how might I serve you this day? I have met with some difficulty in my mission, Urianger, and I would be grateful for your counsel. As you know, Bahamut's physical form is regenerating beneath the Cartano Flats even as we speak. If we are to prevent his return, we must needs disable the two remaining internment hulks that sustain him. Every moment our mission is delayed, the realm is pushed closer to the brink of destruction. Alas, though I have determined the locations of the fragments of Dalamud leading to the hulks, I've been unable to find a way to enter them. And gaining admittance is but the first step in your perilous undertaking. When last thou descended into Bahamut's subterranean fastness, thou didst discover, didst thou not, that the dread primal had bound the shade of Nael Vandarnis unto his will. And though thou didst consign the fallen legatus to blessed oblivion, thou mayest recall that the piteous wretch was not alone. Doubt not but that Bahamut's other thralls shall seek to hinder thy passage. You can say his name, Urianger. I've not forgotten that my grandfather is waiting for us. My lady, I would remind you, as I must oft remind myself, that the man whom we both loved and revered is no more. What remaineth is but a shade which defileth his memory. The vile verbiage that spilleth from his lips must not be heeded, for it cometh not from your grandsire, but from Bahamut himself. You need not worry, your Yoncha. Come what may, I will not stray from the course. I will not let grandfather's sacrifice be in vain. But mere words will not take us whither we must go. As I said, I have been unable to find a way to enter the fragments of Dalamud. My lady, might I suggest that you visit the fragments again in After's company? Full oft hath the warrior of light set events in motion by virtue of her presence alone. 'Tis possible that she may do so again. I, the while, shall search for answers of mine own. By our efforts combined, full sure am I that the path shall be revealed to us ere long. Were it anyone else, I would question the wisdom of such advice. Yet I cannot deny that what you say about After is true. Very well, I shall do as you suggest. Assuming you have no objections, of course. Good. Now, we seek entry to 2 fragments of Dalamud. One lies at the Burning Wall in eastern Thanalan, and the other at the Singing Shards in Mordona. I left an assistant at each location with instructions to continue searching for a means of ingress. It is not impossible that they could since have found something useful to us. Let us begin by visiting my man at the Burning Wall. Dex, I think it was. Wow, this server really is empty. 121 total players online across the entire server. Yeah. Yeah, that kind of doesn't surprise me that much. Because I doubt there's that many people in, like, Australia and New Zealand that necessarily want to play this. And if they do, they might wait until Dawntrail comes out and do it. Plus, it's still early morning for Aussies and Kiwis. True. Very, very true. The time zone is a massive shift. To be fair, what is the server time? I mean, the server time is 9:25. Oh no, but that's the Japanese server time. Isn't it? Well, that's just UTC. I say, are you not Mistress Bunn, my lady's most faithful companion? Sinus, madam, at your service. And may I say what an honour it is to meet you. How goes the survey, Dex? My lady, it shames me to say that I have found no viable path to the fragment. Though it stands there, before our very eyes, the way thither has thus far proven impassable. When the fragment fell and pierced the land, it caused a prodigious amount of ether to spill forth. 'Twas this that gave rise to the land's twisted lay, which seems destined to thwart our efforts. Even were an opening to exist, I fear that we would struggle to reach it. We cannot give up. Keep trying. So near, and yet so far. Well, it avails us naught to stand here and stare at the thing. Let us away to Mordona and try the other fragment. Perhaps Cenis has fared better. She's gotten their name mixed up. Upon that note, my lady, there's something I must tell you. I'm sorry to report that I lost contact with my brother just over a bell ago. As you know, the Singing Shards are home to many fell creatures, ogres among them. While I do not wish to cause you undue alarm, I fear something unspeakable may have happened to Dex. What? Why didn't you... Give me strength. We must hurry to my assistant's aid after. So is it that they're twins, and so it's not necessarily as bad of a show she is with names that she's got them mixed up. Oh, something else that I should do today that will not take long, but I would do it after we've done Alexander, is get the Kirin mount. Because I have all of the A Realm Reborn extreme mounts. I still need to get any of the extreme mounts from Heavensward though. Even though I've done Ravana 16 times so far. Okay, no, they don't look similar. One of them has hair, one of them doesn't. Unless he's just had his burned off. Thank you, adventurer. For a moment there, I feared that my bones were to be ground up and used to bake bread. I'm relieved to see that you are unharmed. It was wrong of me to press such a dangerous task upon you. My lady! Your worries are wasted on me. 'Twas nothing at all, I assure you. If it pleases you, I shall report on my findings. As you can see, though the tip of the fragment is exposed, the rest is encased in rock and crystal, rendering it impossible to enter the structure. We might try excavating the area around the fragment, but that is like to take time, and there really is no telling how deep we may need to dig before we find a suitable point of ingress. As such, I'm forced to conclude that gaining entry to this fragment is unrealistic. Forgive me, my lady. Confound it, we're losing precious time. What are we to do now? 'Tis I, Orionsha. Glad tidings have I for thee and my lady. For a blessing we may have found by which thou mayest enter the remaining fragments of Dalamud. Pray, escort Mistress Alice to the cerulean processing plant in northern Thanlan. There all shall be made clear. Urianger has found a way? Then we must go to him at once. Would I be interested in killing an A rank in A Realm Reborn for the seals? For the seals, no, but for the tombstones, yes. Found it in Lower Lenosha. Yeah, I will not feel bad about killing an A rank in on this server. Yeah, they also respawn in 4 hours. It's not like killing an S rank. Kind of surprised it isn't dead yet. That took a bit longer to kill than I thought it would. Oh yeah, true. No epic echo. Fair. Okay, I'm gonna head to cerulean processing, and then I'm hoping that will unlock final coil. Mine apologies for summoning you thus from afar, my lady, but 'tis here that your journey may finally begin. I did wonder. To my knowledge, there are no fragments in northern Thanlan. Nor are you mistaken, my lady. Yet a pathway doth exist, one which you yourself have made use of in the past. At the conclusion of your several forays into the binding coil, into the binding coil, 'twas at the crystal formation which lieth to the north of this place that you did emerge, was it not? Yes, an ethereal stream bore us back to the surface. That much I had surmised. Are you suggesting that we can use it to return underground? And even if that were possible, would it not simply bear us back to those places which we have already explored? It need not, my lady. Pray, allow me to explain. Upon the evidence of your experience, it seemed plain that two internment hulks may share the self-same ethereal egress. From this we did infer that others may be connected in likewise. Thus did we labour long to verify the existence of further tributaries to the selfsame stream, in which task we were at length successful. 'Twas then but a matter of arriving at a solution to the problem of travelling to an unattuned destination. That one might reach what we may call the headwater. We propose to employ a modified aetherite which serveth to amplify such ripples as do originate from said source. By focusing one's essence upon these ripples, it should be possible to make the journey. Yet be fairly warned, my lady, as with all untried modes of ethereal travel, this method entaileth considerable danger. Merely to attempt the voyage could cost you your life. That is a risk I am willing to take. You're brilliant, Urianger. But I am curious, did you have assistance in forming this plan? I could not help noticing your repeated use of the word we, unless you've taken to using the majestic plural in our absence. Nay, my lady, as you have correctly surmised, I was not alone in this endeavour, meaning there are others who are aware of our mission. Well, cannot be helped now. Preventing Bahamut's return is what matters. If some secrecy must be sacrificed to achieve our goal, then so be it. It was Alpino, wasn't it? You're trying to keep secrets from your twin. Oh, you found another one. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they're all up. With only 121 players on the entire server. Oh, I'm still dressed for the fashion report. Pepper and chimkin tendies. Now we just need someone with salt. Salt and pepper chimkin tendies. Sounds good to me. What a great combo. So, this must be the modified aetherite. What are the immortal flames doing here? Those men may be sworn flames of Uldar, but they are first and foremost faithful retainers of House Levialur. Alphino! So it was you who was helping Urianger. Who else could it have been, dear sister? Lest you worry, I have no intention of making the deals of your venture public. Like you, I would prefer to avoid causing a panic. But given that which is at stake, namely the survival of the realm, one must be willing to accept help when it is offered. Would you not agree? At the very least, do not be cross with Urianger. 'Twas at my behest that he kept silent. We will speak later. Pray, forgive me, my lady, but knowing full well your intent, I judged it meet that Master Alphino be informed. Though your grandsire hath become Bahamut's thrall, his noble blood courseth yet through both your veins, and if he must needs be struck down... Do you hear that, Alphino? I mean to strike down grandfather. And when I have done so, I shall banish Bahamut to the ether. Nothing you say will sway me from my course. I will protect Eorzea, and I will uphold grandfather's legacy. Grandfather's legacy? So you still do not know what you yourself desire. Your actions are still driven by borrowed resolve. Borrowed resolve? What does that have to do with anything? Protecting Eorzea was grandfather's goal, and we made it ours, both of us. That is why we came here, unless you have forgotten. Gods forbid I should ever forget. Forget? Gods forbid I should ever forget, Elise. But you misunderstand. Do not question your resolve, only whence it came. If it were your own, you would be able to tell me precisely why you desire so fervently to protect Eorzea. Do not skip. Fuck! Where did I pick up Fragments of Truth? That was from Vesper Bay, wasn't it? I mean, I could have just waited and done New Game Plus, but no, fuck that. I need the story, man. I don't want to revisit this like we did that one cutscene from Aetherochemical. Meow. Okay. The good news is that I can just skip everything up to that cutscene, so this should be considerably quicker to get back to. But that was a fuck up on my part. It's because I use num key 0 to progress stuff, but if you're not careful and you hit one of the other number keys, it'll ask if you want to skip. And then I misclicked because I'm a dingus. I have so much shit in my inventory as well. Once we're done with the final coil, I'll open all of the boxes to see how they look. So it's just glam, like none of the armor is of an eye level that's going to be worth using, because even being a crafter, your inventory is always in a constant state of mess. I have been lucky so far on this character that because I've got all the crafters into the 80s, basically I have no reason to hold on to anything that is a lower level. Like, anything that I could actually gather at the moment, there's pretty much no point in me having it. That's not to say that I don't have retainers that are full of crafting materials. But like, when they get full up, I just throw away stuff from A Realm Reborn. like old goat leather. Like, I'm not gonna need that. If I do need it, I can very easily buy it. So that's my current mind on it, but it's not perfect. Which one is... Oh, that's not anything to do with Bahamut. That is Fractal Continuum. I think that's the name of the dungeon. You've got materials that you've gathered to craft collectibles that will turn into purple scripts, then materials to make different foods for crafters and gatherers, one for spirit bonding potions, etc. Fair enough. I guess my thing is, because I've never had a crafter on content, it's never been significant for me to have all of that stuff. But also, I have never really done Alchemist or Culinarian, which I know are the ones that fill up your inventory the most. Like, I've got them both in the 80s on this character, but I've crafted very little. If you wanted to go the easier route, you would just buy the purple script gear, but you're trying to make your own gear. That's fair. I remember getting the script gear on my other character, but obviously I've already got the crafters up to 80 for everything, so I've just bought some stuff from the market board to give them. But the script gear is the highest eye level that you can get from, isn't it? I thought that it functioned similar to how the tombstone gear is usually the highest that you can get. Although obviously when you're on content, it changes from being Tombstones of Poetics to whatever it is. Like at the moment, it's comedy, is it? You haven't compared eye level, but the purple gear you get can't pentanel. That's true. That's true. It's not necessarily best in slot. Okay, this time don't skip. Don't be a dingus. Don't be a dingus. No dingusing. Okay. Let us speak of this another time. For now, preventing Bahamut's return is all that matters. To be plain, I have no objection to striking down whatever is left of Grandfather. Know, however, that I will be accompanying you this time. As a son of House Levialor, I would be present for his final moments. Very well. You may join us, on one condition. I make the decisions. If it pleases milady, the name's Erkinrad. Our preparations are just about complete. When you're ready to embark on your mission, just give me the word. I'll be waiting for you at the cerulean processing plant. Are you fucking kidding me that I was like 4 lines of dialogue away? Okay, no, good. Pay no heed to my brother. You can rely on me. We've come far together, you and I, and together we shall see our journey to its end. Okay, no, it was about 6 lines of dialogue from the end. And that's when I accidentally hit skip. Because... fuck me. But you're Dingus Kong. I've been waiting for you, Mistress Bun. I'm pleased to say the Aetherite's primed and ready. As you know, the remaining internment hulks connected to the fragments in Eastern Thanline and Mordona. It's to the former that we'll be sending you first. Now, you'll be starting inside the hulk, meaning you won't have to cover so much ground. The drawback being that you'll be fighting for your life from the moment you get there. Best be prepared for anything, for Milady's sake if not your own. That's about all I can tell you. When your preparations are in order, just give me the word and I'll send you on your way. May even throw in a prayer for your speedy return just to be on the safe side. Finally! Final Coil 1. Let's go. I am honestly not... I don't think that I've done this before. Oh no, I think I have done this one. So this is how it looks on the inside. This internment hulk still functions. The teleportation was a success. We are come to the right place. There's no telling how much further Bahamut has regenerated since last we beheld him. Let us make haste to the main bridge and deactivate the coil. Because I think it's possible to stealth past the first enemies in this. There were receptacles similar to these in the previous hulks. Those held chimerical beasts, but only the Allagans know what other abominations may be sleeping within. They may well be part of Dalamud's internal defences. We must stay on our guard at all times. You're not sure if you've done this either. You're guessing you must have, given you didn't see a cutscene. Maybe it's possible to sneak past as ninja, but these guys seem to be blocking the way. We could try walking to see if they're sound-based aggro though. I think it's the later one. Maybe not the first group, but I think once you get down to this path, I think it is possible to actually stealth past them, or at least stealth past one of them. What happens if I just stand here? Yep. Oh no. Well, I'm not so sure we're gonna stealth this one. Never mind. Okay. Well, maybe we can. Which way do they turn? Or are they gonna crisscross? Oh, okay, they crisscross. Now you've done it, yeah. My bad. Blame the white mage. Whee! And another one. Woohoo! It's always the white mage's fault. Healer adjust. So then these are the creatures that we see in Adesla. In fact, you're an S rank in Adesla. I killed you earlier today. Oh, but he's a bit full of himself. His name's I'm the Good. I'm the Bad. No idea what this guy's mechanics are. Ah. His mechanic is children. How terrifying. Do you know what's worse than a rapist? A child! So how about I'm a dead? But 12 dragons, and so many. We were aware that the Alligans possessed the means to control the creatures, but to imprison them thus is barbaric. I'd not wish such a fate upon my worst enemy. 'Tis plain that no love was lost between the Alligans and the dragons, but was it truly necessary to keep so great a number here? Dalamud did not want for defences, this we've experienced firsthand. Such guardians as the Alligans created, both living and unliving, were surely no less capable of repelling intruders than these poor creatures. Tell me something, Alyssa. Have you not managed to determine by whose will Bahamut exists? No, I have not. At first, I assumed that Bahamut had no people of his own, that the Alligans had perhaps discovered a way to simulate prayer itself. However, Nail's words gave me cause to reconsider, specifically the Shade's mention of Bahamut's beloved children. From that, I inferred that the Primal is given form by the will of worshippers whom we have yet to... Oh. God, strike me down for a blind fool! Bahamut's beloved children, right there before my very eyes. How could I be so stupid? Who else but the dragons of Eld would summon Bahamut? Who else but they could sustain him? To think, I wondered why the Alligans kept them imprisoned here. Even should the flame of Bahamut's life go out, his faithful children would summon him back. For this reason, the Allagan Empire kept an army of dragons here in a perpetual state of duress, that they might sustain the Primal's existence. Truly, the Allagans' ingenuity knew no bounds, and neither did their cruelty. Small wonder that Bahamut was so enraged. Let no one deny that it was man who sowed the seeds of the calamity. Will you now turn your hatred towards our own kind, dear sister? Do not patronize me, Alphino. I merely acknowledge our guilt. Lest you be in any doubt, I have no intention of allowing Bahamut to lay the world to rest. To waste, even. Regardless of the atrocities the Allagans committed against his kind, we have no choice but to eliminate all who worship him, be they his children or his thralls. It seems reasonable to assume that the system responsible for the Primal's regeneration is also responsible for sustaining the captive dragons. If we disable it, all should perish. Let us press on. And final call. Do. Okay, well this is definitely Allagan, but it's honestly making me think of the Stormblood. ones. It's like the Death Star, only cooler. Yeah, I can see that too. It's making me think of the date escape. I think we have to go both ways. So we could split up. Because I think there's something that we have to disable on both of them. But I'm also not going to say no to the company. I think there's a stage. I feel like I remember having to go through this on 2 separate paths. But maybe I'm just having a fit. No, yeah, I think this is it. Although actually, maybe you don't need to, you just needed to pick one. No, you do. You need to do both paths. Uh-oh. Okay, well, the good news is you can use return. Which I think is what I had to do when I did this solo as well. So just remember, we went left. So if we just go right continually, though it doesn't matter for the first choice, then we'll get to the other. Yeah. That's a long fucking fall. All I get to see is the destruction left in your wake. There we go, now that's activated the teleporters. Whee! Are we gonna fight Sophia? Oh, okay, no. Mecha Hydra. Such devastation! This was my intention. I see what you did there. Okay, he's created nodes. Are the nodes buffing him? Eggs! Vulnerable to ranged attacks. That's unfortunate. Is all that we can do my my auto attacks are all we have. Wait, no. If we stand inside him. Okay. Then his energy field is down and we can hit him. Okay. Now I get it. What? Wait, what? What happened? You entered his personal space. Rude. Got to get consent first. May need to think about spending tombstones in a second. Although to be fair, we've only got 2 more left, which is only going to be another 200 tombstones, so we should be fine until we start doing Alexander. If we have time to start that today. Why, this looks like a model of Dalamut, yes. For millennia, Bahamut must have gazed at this unchanging view, trapped inside a prison that was scarcely large enough to contain him, unable to move, denied the release of death. How his hatred for man must have burned. And that hatred found an ideal vessel in Nail Vandanas. In many ways, Bahamut is to be pitied, not loathed. Knowing the true extent of his fury, I am more convinced than ever of the necessity of our endeavor. Besides, his is not the only soul that cries out for vengeance. Okay. Turn 3.
Gods, he is almost whole again.
Voice acting! Hey!
His size is staggering. I can scarce imagine how Grandfather stood against such a monstrosity.
This cannot be allowed to proceed any further. Let us disable the coil and move on.
In case you'd forgotten what Alysse sounded like.
Grandfather? No, that man is dead. I will not dishonor my beloved grandsire's memory by calling you such. You are but his twisted shape, the thrall of a mad primal.
You were foolish to disregard my warning, child. Are you so convinced of your own righteousness?
'Tis the rightness of our path that led us to return. Eorzea will never be safe whilst Bahamut remains to threaten all we hold dear. What of the hero who gave his life in defense of the realm? Do you truly dispute the justice of our cause?
My poor, ignorant grandchildren. Your world is shaped by naught but recent conflict. Listen, and I will speak to you of justice. 'Twas in the twilight of the Third Astral Era. The southern land of Mericidia suffered invasion at the hands of the Alagon Empire. with no atrocity, too depraved for their purpose. The forces of Alec were unstoppable in their advance. Desperate for salvation, the dragons prayed to one of their first brood, to their ancestor Bahamut. Infused by the power of their fervent supplications, Bahamut arose from the abyss of death and took wing as the Mericidians' newborn god. Yet this great miracle would only serve to further the maniacal designs of the dragon's imperial conquerors. The cruel fetters which bind my lord stand testament to the Allagan's boundless greed and hubris. I once summoned the 12 in an attempt to forestall the advent of the 7th Umbral Era. What then did the dragons of Mericidia do that I did not? Wherefore are they accursed and I exalted? 'Tis man's overweening belief in his own primacy that blinds him to the commonness of his condition and the truth of his own tyranny. As long as man is suffered to remain, the dragons shall never be at peace. Only when the plague of people has been expunged shall the children of Lord Bahamut be free. Then shall the world know true justice.
Stop it! Grandfather would never say such things. His belief that people were worth saving never faltered. He had faith in their strength, that they could stand together and push back against the darkness seeking to shape them.
A false hope. 'Tis folly to place one's faith in so flawed a race. Stand together? Huh. They would first need to agree on which direction to face. If history teaches us anything, it is that man cannot find common ground between his own 2 feet. Even you, twins whose veins run with the same blood, struggle to fathom each other's reasoning. You hide your differing agendas behind the convenient banner of Eorzea's salvation. Given your obvious self-interest, can you truly claim no kinship with the Allagan? And though I hope they might bring you closer, 'twould seem that the twin grimoires I bestowed upon you were a wasted gesture.
There may well be truth in your judgment of Alize and me, but such a one-sided tirade bemoaning the evils of man rings false, coming from the lips of Archon Louisoix. Tell me, do you champion the cause of dragons because Bahamut compels you as his thrall? Or is it because you yourself have transcended the limits of man's existence?
Ah, so the possibility did not escape your notice. What I prayed for, and what I have become. These are the keys that unlock the truth behind Eorzea's rebirth. If you would have them, then you must needs take them by force. Come, rend this divine form asunder and claim your answers.
Phoenix? Yeah, it's the Phoenix from the Rising event.
But I thought... No. He has become a primal?
It is difficult, I know, but you must accept it. That entity is no phantom or imposter. It is our beloved grandsire.
Please, for his sake and for ours, you must defeat our grandfather.
Okay. I am disappointed that I don't have that mount on this character because I didn't start it early enough for the Rising. But such is life. Oh, I had a chain. Oh. Okay, he has multiple forms? Of course, because he's the fucking Phoenix. Invulnerable to all damage. Increasing potency of the Flames of Rebirth with each additional stat. So each time that we kill the Bennu, he gains a stat of Rise of the Phoenix. Oh, but he's no longer invulnerable. Okay. That seems like it would be an interesting fight. And that also now makes more sense why the Phoenix was the mount from the Rising event. It actually does. You didn't realize it was from this. It was actually these last two turns that you've not yet completed. Ah, so this is brand new to you as well. I think I know what we're going to be facing in this last coil. I mean, given that the raid series is named after Bahamut, it would make sense that we fight some form of him.
Grandfather is truly gone this time. But better it end this way than the alternative.
I am yet here, Holy See, my dear, sweet granddaughter.
Grandfather?
I must thank you, warrior of light. Without your valor, I might never have broken free of Bahamut's control. These last few moments are mine, to live as the man I once was.
This is all that I wanted. Yet, now that it is happening, I find myself struggling to believe it. Is it really you?
Grandfather, pray forgive me my insolence. It was not my intent to demean you.
Forgive you? I am proud of you, child. You were wise enough to deduce the manner of creature I had become. Alfino, Alize, if any here should beg forgiveness, it is I.
Grandfather, I must ask, will you not tell us what befell during the calamity?
Yes, yes, of course. You have come far to hear the truth. Let us then begin the tale at the Battle of Cartano, where clashed the forces of the Garlean Empire and the Eorzean Alliance. 'Twas there in the sky above the surging armies that the elder primal Bahamut broke free of the Red Moon Dalamut. In an effort to contain this avatar of destruction, I called upon the 12 to aid me in the creation of a prison of ether. But Bahamut would not be caged by such feeble bars. Too vast was his might, too fierce his rage. Little choice remained to me. I used the last of my strength to entrust our hope unto the future, and prepared to meet my end.
Is that the 12? Oh yeah, it must be. So this is the end of 1.0. Looking like a birth by sleep theme. Part of the trailer we didn't get to see in the CGI. I do find it kind of odd that they haven't done an Alliance raid or raid series that is reliving the major conflict of 1.0.
As you have no doubt surmised, I did not perish. When the cage built from the essences of the 12 was destroyed, the sky was filled with a colossal cloud of ether. This drifting energy responded to the prayers of those fighting below, and to my own desperate wish that the dying realm be saved by infusing me with the power of a primal. I became the immortal phoenix, ancient symbol of rebirth. Rising into the sky, I struck Bahamut with all my newfound strength. The blow shattered his earthly form, and a shower of ether rained down upon the land.
Now it makes so much sense why the Phoenix was the mount for the 10-year anniversary. Yep.
Thus began the rejuvenation of Eorzea. Believing the deed done, I relinquished my hold on that staggering energy, desirous that it should be returned to the realm without delay. But I had not reckoned on Bahamut's tenacious will. Even as he teetered upon the cusp of oblivion, the dragon reached out to claim me. Alas, within my fast fading form, enough remained of the Phoenix's energy to offer Bahamut a hold, and he dragged me along in his wake.
And thus began your existence as the Elder Primal's thrall.
I cannot help but wonder at his will to survive. Though he was all but obliterated, Bahamut found a way to seize the power you surrendered. That would explain why part of his physical form survived to be entombed underground.
It would also explain why Eorzea was so terribly warped. Even as the land sought to restore itself, the returning flow of ether was cut off.
Very good. When his grip on existence was once again secured, Bahamut did not cease his feast until he had consumed every last mote of ether that yet floated in the air.
And still he was not fully restored.
You must remember that by this time, much of the freed ether had already returned to the land. That which remained was not sufficient to reconstruct so massive a form in its entirety. But there did not need to be. Not for a being sustained by the marvels of Allagan technology. As long as some piece of Bahamut persists, the Coils will seek it out and continue their regenerative task. The fragments of Dalamud appear motionless from the surface, but deep beneath the ground they had been searching, tunneling through rock and soil towards their escaped prisoner. And, as you have observed for yourselves, they found his heart. Warrior of Light, heed me. You must put a stop to Bahamut's regeneration.
That's why we're here.
Whether it be for man or for dragonkind. The question of justice is irrelevant. The Elder Primal will leave naught but a smoldering wasteland for both his children and ours. I beg you to defend Eorzea and guide its people to the future they yet struggle to find.
Nods.
This portal will take you to the final internment hulk. 'Tis time for the tale of Bahamut and his part in the calamity to come to an end. Alvino, Alize, pray, come closer. Your hopes and dreams must no longer be an extension of mine. You must needs find your own reason to fight for this realm, your own meaning in this sea of chaos. Will you do that for me?
Of course, Grandfather. I have already made it my mission to see this newborn Eorzea survive and flourish.
Alize, while I was yet enthralled to Bahamut, you spoke of my faith in man's strength. Know that your words reached me, imprisoned though my soul still was. So forceful was your conviction I wonder if that belief has not become your own. Perhaps, after all your anger and sorrow was spent, you found something greater within you. See this fight to its culmination. 'Tis also your strength, in which I have faith.
Thank you for everything. Pray, take your rest, grandfather. You deserve it.
There are records of an art that allowed one to summon the power of a primal from the essence of its demise. And though I am no true primal, all that I have left, I give to you. Alvino, Alize, my darling grandchildren. May light's blessings ever keep and protect you.
So can they now summon Phoenix?
Come, warrior of light. Our task remains undone.
Oh. Okay. Turn 4. The final turn. Not sure about that, but you do believe we got slightly different dialogue from Louis Soir, with you being a legacy player from 1.0. Ooh. Because I guess Louis Soir would have known your character from 1.0. To you, he said, I beg you to defend Eorzea as you always have and as I always knew you would. Oh, okay, yeah. I like little bits like that where it acknowledges stuff. Like they did that with Estinian addressing the fact that we were also an Azure Dragoon because we'd done the Dragoon questline. Like, it doesn't really make a massive impact on anything, but it's just nice to see that acknowledgement.
Road, but at last we reach its end.
More voice acting!
Farewell, Bahamut. I banish you back to the ether.
I don't think he's happy about that.
He is not yet whole. I did not think him capable.
Well, that's it. We're dead. Oh no. Just them.
Alize! Alize!
And this is why she doesn't turn up at all in Heavensward. She's dead. All makes sense now. Wait, no.
I had thought it finally over. Will not survive another blast.
Luckily for you, I'm a white mage.
Is this how I honor my promise to grandfather?
You must needs find your own reason to fight for this realm. Your own meaning in this sea of chaos. Will you do that for me?
I will, grandfather. In fact, I believe I already have. That reason has been with me all along, guiding me. Eorzea's blade of light, shearing through endless shrouds of darkness. I have been shown the miraculous feats of which we are all capable, of which I am capable. Bahamut, you have wreaked enough havoc. I will not let your wrathful fires consume all that we know and love.
How long I have waited to hear you say that. You have found your resolve at last. Let me join my strength to yours.
Maybe do it rather than just saying it.
In this place, in this moment, our purpose has become one.
Are there grimoires using? Oh, so they are.
For the future of Eorzea!
This last task is yours, Warrior of Light. You must destroy Bahamut's crystal core.
This feels very near. I like how it showed 8 beams of light going into Bahamut's heart, and there's 2 of us. That's just how powerful we are. Hey. We're the equivalent of 8 warriors of light combined. This music, though. Bahamut Prime. I love this arena. Like, obviously the platform is very minimal, but this area just looks really cool. You feel like this should have been the true end boss to 2.0. I mean, it kind of is. Like, I know what you mean, though. I feel like Coils of Bahamut should have been required. Like, more so than Crystal Tower. Like, Crystal Tower is now required to have been cleared in order to get to Heavensward. But there's no requirement to do Coils of Bahamut. It's not in any of the roulettes, so you're never even going to just stumble across it, which also means it's really difficult to do the content unless you do it unsynced. But I would have loved seeing this and seeing it addressed in the MSQ. Because especially the amount of parallels between this and then the story of Heavensward. Like, Heavensward mentions Bahamut, but obviously doesn't interact with this at all. It's almost like the Coils of Bahamut isn't canon. Because as far as I remember, there's pretty much no mention of this afterwards. And it's a powerful story to you personally, wrapping up everything that happened at the end of 1.0. Yeah. I can imagine, especially if you'd gone through it and seen all of that. Like, this is why I'd love to see more stuff to do with 1.0. I know that there is a quest, which may have only come out with the most recent Rising for the 10-year anniversary, but there is a quest in Uldar that you can do that goes through Louis Soir's story some more, which might include some of this. I don't know, I've not done it. You have an entire playlist you could share with a ton of 1.0 videos. Yeah, feel free to chuck it in the Discord if you want, and I'll have a gander, because I am interested. But I'd love to see, like, I could see a raid or alliance raid series of going through the major combats, culminating in fighting Bahamut alongside Louis Soir. That could have just been really, really awesome and a nice way to reference 1.0 and also, like, tie everything up so that new players, because there's no way, at least legitimately, there's no way to go and play 1.0. There's no way to find that story to play it yourself. So having something that kind of an abridged history of 1.0 that just ties it all together and makes sense of everything that led up to it would have been cool. And I kind of would have preferred that. There's no way to relive the experience of seeing Bahamut up in the sky slowly descending upon Eorzea slowly each day. True. I have seen the video of the final moments of 1.0, of everyone gathering in Mordona to watch it. Like, that was what Fortnite has done with maps and shit long before. Long before Fortnite was a twinkle in someone's eye. All right. Let's do this. I'm feeling like we're probably not gonna get to Alexander today because it's nearly midnight for me. Yeah, let's get this fight started. No idea what the mechanics of this are going to be like. Because this one looks like it's a normal primal fight. Visually. Oh, he's doing Mega Flare. stand in or out. I don't know. It didn't seem like we died from not being stood in it. Giga Flare now. You stood in one. Ah. The music's changed. What the fuck? Okay. Another Giga Flare. So far, this seems easier than Nail. Oh, we've got Twintania. Yeah, so we didn't see it, but that's something that Twintania does, is diving through the arena. Those were pretty squishy, you're right. But yeah, it's because there's multiple of them. Because this is like the phase change of Twintania. We just didn't see it when we did it. The music's really good. I'm just a little worried about copyright. If I'm too silent for too long. Because YouTube is kind of a dick. Oh. Okay, we're back to the Twintania. It's the same song that plays during the cutscene you see for A Realm Reborn. You got knocked out. Oh, I thought I'd used Swiftcast. Apparently I hadn't. Now that's just Twintania. Oh, okay, and this is the thing for Twintania. Is this going to give us the buff? Flare dampening. Damage taken from Bahamut's Tetra Flare is reduced, and damage dealt is significantly reduced. So I think we only want to be in that when it comes to Tetra Flare. But I don't know when Tetra Flare is going to come. Okay. How many ads? I know that we're blasting through them, but it feels like a surprisingly long amount of time. I didn't take any damage for that. Oh, but that's just mega. Oh god. I think that might be Tetra Flare! Jesus Christ. Yeah. Jesus Christ, this is epic. First person mode makes this. Oh. Oh, he's using Arc Morn. Mega Flare again. Why the green tether? Is he getting healed? Oh, the guitars come out. I don't want to end the fight. I'll be honest, this is just making me really want to do UCOB. Ultimate Coils Bahamut. But I'm a ways off getting to any ultimate content. Okay, I don't think he's gonna do anything new, unfortunately. The only thing you've tried so far at eye level is the extreme Fauna Primates. There. I've done, it wasn't on this character, but on my other character I did some A Realm Reborn extremes at mid-eye level, which was interesting, but they're obviously not that complicated in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, this really makes me want to try Ultimate Coils Bahamut. Just throwing all of the mechanics together is my understanding of it. Awesome. Well, I assume... Wait, I got an Astro! Well, no, I haven't got it yet, but that's an Astro weapon? That's kind of funny to get out of this. You could imagine if that was the final boss fight of the game, if that wouldn't get players excited for the rest of the game, I don't know what would. Yeah, no, I'd agree with you there. That's epic, and yeah, compared to like Praetorium taking on Ultima Weapon, which is kind of disappointing, and then taking on La Habrea, which is kind of this would be much more epic.
You did it!
Yay, more voice acting.
But one task remains.
I feel like her accent went a bit weird then.
With this last coil disabled, there shall be naught left to bind Bahamut to this world. His beloved children will finally know peace. is done. He is truly gone.
At least until someone summons him again.
You knew, didn't you? You knew what Grandfather had become.
I was not certain, but from all I had gleaned, it seemed a distinct possibility. The scene people describe of the Battle of Cartano was one of unimaginable devastation, and 'tis through the combined prayers of the desperate and an abundant source of ether that primals are born. I merely put two and two together.
And you consider that a sufficient explanation? Well, however you stumbled across your theory, 'twas this revelation that made you wary of my attachment to Grandfather. You feared that in my obsession, I would fall under his primal sway. Is that why you decided to join us? To pull me back should I show signs of wavering?
Guess I've just got the items.
Pray forgive me, sister. I wished only to protect you. Yet I see now that I needn't have doubted the strength of your conviction. May I ask you a question? What do you now intend to do with the truth you have uncovered?
Which particular truth was that, brother? The fact that desperate prayer gave rise to the primal phoenix? That this new god was responsible for setting Eorzea on the path to rebirth? Should such a tale become common knowledge, people would soon offer up their prayers in earnest. They would beseech Phoenix to complete the healing that was begun.
Yet as you and I know all too well, the very act of calling forth this savior would do more harm to the land than good. We cannot encourage such worship for this very reason. Were Grandfather forced to return as an ether-draining primal, it would undo all that he had worked to protect. Your abiding love for him was the key that unlocked the truth of the calamity. But keys may also serve to seal doors that were best left unopened. Let your love now guide your actions, and lock away deep inside the fate of both Grandfather and Bahamut.
Fear not, Alphino. I understand what must be done. The realm need not know the truth for it to be saved. That the Elder Primal is banished, to return no more. That is enough. Let us make our way back to the surface. Poor Urianger must be beside himself with worry.
Is it going to explain where Elise goes? Because we legitimately don't see her at all during Heavensward. And here we are again. After that descent into darkness, the desolation of northern Fanland seems paradisial. As promised, I shan't reveal the truth of the calamity to a single soul. However, the nations of Eorzea will require certain assurances that the threat of a new primal is gone. Kept in the dark over long, 'tis only a matter of time before they seek answers of their own accord. Let us recommend that the fragments of Dalamud are sealed off, that the truth may rest undisturbed. But first, we must go and report to Urianger. It would not do well to keep him in suspense. I dare say we should find him pacing up and down at the cerulean processing plant. Meow. the warrior of light, returneth undimmed from the depths of darkness. By thy triumphant bearing, I take it thou hast succeeded in thy mission, and yet thou art alone. Mistake me not, dear friend. Full glad am I of thy safe return. But where, pray, are Master Alphino and Mistress Elise? Here, my friend. Forgive us our lateness. We took the scenic route. Bahamut is no more. The realm is safe. By the heavens! Look at you! What horrors your young eyes must have seen. What suffering your young bodies must have borne. Pray, tell me, where are you hurt? Your wounds must needs be cleansed and dressed at once. I shall make for you a poultice which draweth out... Be at ease, my friend. We are hale and whole, I assure you. We took a few tumbles, but the worst of our hurts are healed. I believe we have grandfather to thank for that. Master Louisoix, then you met with him once more. But wherefore should Bahamut's thrall seek to ease your suffering? I promise to reveal all to you in due course, dear friend. But first, there is a matter which requires our immediate attention. Now that Bahamut is defeated, we deem it best to bar entry to all of the fragments of Dalamud. To this end, we will convince the nation's leaders that the danger is past, and invite their cooperation in ensuring the fragments are never again disturbed. Come, let us depart and seek an audience with them forthwith. A moment, dear sister. You need not burden yourself with this task. Urianger and I will more than suffice. Might you not take this opportunity to rest? The gods know you've earned it. But I am fine, brother. Besides, you've been through as much as I have. Oh, I see. You would play your game of diplomacy and wish me out of the way. No, Naught could be further from the truth, Elise. My lady, 'tis mine earnest belief that your brother hath your best interests at heart. You have more than done your part, and he desireth but to relieve you of a burden he might easily bear alone. I have some experience treating with dignitaries, you must allow, and as you never fail to remind me of my fondness for diplomacy, I feel it only right that I remind you of your aversion to it. Then it's settled. Urianger, pray make arrangements for a chocobo carriage. The ride should give us ample time to prepare our story. Alphino! Though our paths are different, we share the same goal, do we not? But of course, dear sister, that which we have just achieved together stands as testament to that fact. Whatever path we choose to take, our hearts shall ever lead us to the same end. Of that I am certain. Thank you. There is a place that I would visit. Might I ask you to accompany me? But first, I do believe a change of garments is in order. It won't take a moment. New outfit? Or just freshened up? Oh, okay. The landscape is the same. Of course, there's no reason that it would be otherwise. Though it would be poetic for the fragments to magically disappear, I'm well aware that they shall remain long after you and I are gone. world may change irrevocably, but life shall ever go on. Let's take a closer look, shall we? I have no doubt that Alphino will do an admirable job concealing the truth of the calamity, and such truths as were revealed in those dark depths will never see the light of day. I myself agreed that it must be so. The thought that the people of Eorzea shall forever remain ignorant of their saviour, of your deeds. The injustice of it is almost too much for me to bear. How typical of you. Ever the heroine. Even so, I cannot deny that I feel better for your reassurance. But I want you to know that I will never forget. You are the one who freed Grandfather's soul and saved Eorzea from Bahamut's wrath. And though these great deeds will never be remembered in song, their consequences will be felt forevermore by every soul who calls this realm home. Yes, this spot will do. For Grandfather, Nail, and the dragons of Mercidia, for all those who were taken by the calamity. At long last, our struggle with Bahamut is over. The realm, given new life through the prayers and sacrifices of countless souls, may look to a brighter tomorrow. When the dust of our adventure has settled, I shall embark on a journey. I mean to find my own reason to fight for Eorzea. And when I do, I will fight with all my being. You've done so much for me, After. One day I hope to be able to repay you in kind. I have no doubt that you will continue to help those in need, and grow ever stronger in so doing. I shall endeavour to do the same, and if the 12 are kind, hope one day to become Eorzea's sword in the darkness, as you are. Come what may, you may rest assured that I will not be outdone by Alphino. When next we meet, I promise that I will not disappoint you. Till that day, fare you well, my friend, and thank you from the bottom of my heart. Okay, so that explains where she is the entire time of Heavensward. She's on a journey to discover herself. Which makes sense, because I know that she comes back in Stormblood. Yeah, she goes on a journey of self-discovery. Oh, We also got a wind-up Louis Soir for doing Final Coil. Nice. Now, most of the stuff that I've gotten probably gonna look shit. I mean, most earrings do look shit. This is the Dreadworm stuff, which I believe you can make a replica Dreadworm set, which is on the market board. Dreadworm Cane kind of sucks. Oh, if that hood worked on a Viera, it'd be kind of cool. But let's equip it for the sake of showing it off. Yeah, that. The wings aren't a terrible touch on the back, and I don't mind the colours. This isn't dyeable though. I don't know if the market board version replica stuff might be. High Allegan Battle Axe. That, no, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. The sword, though, isn't terrible. The shield kind of looks like Ravana's. You like the shield? I think depending on what else you've got on, it could work. I quite like that chest piece. Oh yeah. No, actually, I quite like the High Allegan fending set. I think I might prefer the shield without the glow and sheathed. Although, no, the glow effect doesn't work with the macro for like showing off another one. Yeah, this matches my color scheme. It is much the same color as my hair, which is quite good. I like that. That's cool. What about just the normal Allegan set then? Oh yeah, this is gonna look a bit shit in comparison. Like, this honestly just looks more like a normal armor set. But then the weapon looks like Woot's. In fact, I'm pretty sure these are the same textures as the Woot's model. The sword does... Honestly, like, just chisel some grooves into the end of it and the sword could be a keyblade. But okay. Like, it gives me some more glam opportunities, definitely, because I can imagine that bits, like the boots and greaves for this, I don't hate. The chest piece is a bit too normal armor for me, though. For a lot of, like, glam opportunities. But I really like that chest piece. And actually, thinking about it, that would work with the Mishan stuff. Yeah. So that's a bit more like muted on the gloves and the boots and legs. But then it works quite nicely because it's the same color scheme of the black and crimson. It's funny how my character holds up her arm with no shield. Yeah, I prefer the no shield look over a lot of the shields. Although what I could do is let's go for the true A Realm Reborn experience. Where is it? There it is. There we go. Truly. The pinnacle of A Realm Reborn. Decked out A Realm Reborn style. Exactly. Awesome. Well, yeah, I think it's safe to say we're not going to be doing Alexander today. Depending, I mean, let's be honest, I'm probably not going to have pulled my finger out and done a decent amount of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth by Monday. Yeah, I find that the... So Drakeling just said, you feel like for that weapon you'd need a different armor set that would match the white and gold color scheme. I kind of don't like these weapons because there's so much gold. If you dye them black, the white is less egregious because it just kind of goes as the aura around the blade, but it's still just so much gold that you need something that has kind of gold inlays or gold undertones a lot of the time. But that doesn't, that ain't the one. That don't really work either. I mean, that ain't the one. Yeah. So there's a decent chance that on Monday we'll do Alexander, because I wanna do Alexander so that I can unlock A9S, because then I only need 21 clears to max out the light on my anima relics, and that's all of the light grind. That's the entire light grind for that relic, which compared to A Realm Reborn is fantastic. Of course, I don't know if I'm actually a high enough level, even on White Mage, to necessarily solo A9S easily. Probably. Probably on my White Mage, but probably not on any of my stuff that's at 70. I think it would need to be in the 80s. You don't mind helping out if you're around? I mean, I'm not going to say no to the help. I mean, the thing is, if I unlock A9S, I can always stick it in Party Finder as well. If other people need anima light grind. So I suppose the light grinding of it won't be too bad. But yeah, it's the... If we could do Alexander similar to today, where we can just do all of it back to back, I think this is going to be... this ties it up nicely for the YouTube archive, which I kind of like. But yeah, okay. I guess that's going to be it for today. So, thank you very, very much for joining me, Drakeling. It's been good fun. It's been nice to have someone to chat to, especially a legacy player from 1.0. Like, especially for Coils of Bahamut, your insight was quite nice. Ah, your legacy mark. Let me go into first person mode. Yeah. That's quite cool as well. Nice. Like, I wish I'd gotten into the game early, because I've always been an MMO fan, but 10 years ago I was 28. No, I'm 28. I'm 28 now. No, I'm not. I'm 29 now. Fuck. I was 19 and didn't really have the money for anything subscription based, so I was playing free-to-play MMOs. You say that, but maybe it would have ruined my experience. I know that 1.0 was not great. I wish I could have experienced it, even if I didn't get all the way through it, and then I probably still would have picked it up around, because I first started playing when Heavensward was either just about to come out or was still quite new. And in fact, I am gonna say my goodbyes, and I'm gonna make sure that I'm in one of the main cities. Yes, I will add you as a friend, of course. Accept. And then I'm going to see if I can get onto my original character. Because after Burn, who I've showed on stream before, is... I think it was Zelyria, is my second character. What was my main until recently. But Zelyria, it wasn't? No? Okay. Or if I deleted that character. Wait, no. Zelyria is what my character was on. That's what Afterburn used to be on. There it is. There it is. This is my first character. This is the character that I played originally. And this is the character that I remember having the cross-class skills that you'd level up a different class in order to take one of its skills across into a different class, which incentivized you to level everything. Whereas you don't have that incentive anymore with the current skill system, which I think is kind of like, I feel like it would be nice to have something like that still. Not necessarily the same, but just somewhat similar. Dear God, the HUD. Okay. Yeah, this is not the way that I have my HUD on my main. This is quite telling that I'm on 4K monitor because that's the chat. It's tiny. Okay, let's see. What is this character? Oh, yeah. So I don't have a great deal in my inventory. That's fine. What were my classes? Yeah, so I was a white mage main still, but I was leveling scholar because basically I just really liked the idea of being able to be a summoner. But yeah, I clearly didn't get that far. I was doing side quests because at the time there wasn't enough experience to level multiple classes from the MSQ. Yes, and summoner pets could tank. Yeah. Yeah. What about my Patsy? Nothing in the Chocobo saddle. I'm not sure they even had Chocobo saddles back then. I have stuff. Windows tiny. That's not what I wanted. I had stuff from the Halloween event. God knows how old that is, but obviously my Chocobo is wearing the Halloween event barding. No one has anything. Wait, hold on. Where's my where's my return go to? Where does my return go to? Swift Perch. No. Ugh. Fuck it. Take me. I'm not gonna play this character. This is just. This is my legacy. So let's fuck that off. I just want to see what's in my. What's in my glamour chest? On this character. I've not loaded this character up. I'm probably not high enough. Oh, I'm a serpent on this one. Oh yeah, because at this time I preferred Dravania over everything else. I found Limsa confusing. But then Limsa grew into my... I feel like that's telling of how long this character has existed. Did I have a retainer? Oh, I did, yeah. So this was the guy that I was a mod for before I started streaming. And I made a character after him, and then I also had Daisy was one of the followers and regulars on the channel. That's a blast from the past. Jesus Christ. What have you got? You've just got random crap that I decided to give you. Not even sorted or anything. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I was just using you as a holder for fucking everything, apparently. All very valuable mob drops, of course. You have not yet unlocked the glamour dresser. I have nothing. Really? How do I not have stuff from, like, the Halloween event? Oh, no, I do. I do. Hold on. Oh, but it's been a while since I've been on the normal camera style, where it's character-based movement instead. Yeah, and then there's the witch's hat. Don't know if there are any gloves for it, though. Yeah, I don't think there were any gloves. It's eerie tights. Eerie Krakos. I believe... Is the Eerie set on Mog Station? I know that some of the stuff from this Halloween event back in the day is on Mog Station. I'm not sure if that one specifically is. Usually when it's like the seasonal outfits, they're usually dead cheap as well. Let's have a look. Armor. All Saints Wake. No, so there's the Vampire's Vest, which was another drop, because these came from goodie bags that you got instead of anything else. Would this be considered... Is there a search on Mog Station? I don't think there is. Yeah, set. Gonna be way fucking back in the day. Hidden under everything. There's the werewolf set. Yeah, eerie garments. It's £2.88. So God knows how much that is in dollars or euros or anything else. But it is on there. As is the werewolf set and witches set, which were also drops from the same event, I think. That's nice. But it's literally way down at the bottom of the sets category. Next to reindeer, starlight, and sweet dreams and stuff like that. Which is kind of funny. Probably about $4 or $5. Yeah, probably. But that's cool. I like that I've still got this character. But fuck me. I cannot. that character is... I did not get... Wait, no, hold on. You know what I should have done? Before I exited? I should have checked playtime on that character. Let's do that real quick. It's nice to reflect upon old characters. True, true. You okay there, Patenga? This has been a good stream. Like, I've really enjoyed the last 2 streams. Even though, like, I know that we've obviously made loads of progress with the Coils of Bahamut and stuff like that. But last stream, it felt like I made very little progress in anything. I know that in reality, I made quite a bit of progress in the anima relics. But... yeah, just... it's kind of weird. You have another character in a different account. It's still part of a link shelf from 1.0, and seeing all those characters' names and hoping to see one of them online makes you reflect back on them days. Yeah, I had that. Fuck off. Clearly I need to address something with my windows there. I have that with other games that I play. To be fair, I have it on Steam. I have some friends on Steam that I've not seen go online for fucking years. I mean, to be fair, I have that on the channel. I've been streaming for nearly 10 years. About 3 months. In about 3 months, it'll have been 10 years. Fuck. Fuck. The fact that someone followed when I wasn't even live yesterday, or now 2 days ago, which has brought my follower count up to 888 as of this moment. I've been streaming for 10 years, and I've still not got my follower count over 1,000. Anyway, I was going to check playtime, if I can read that. 5 days, 7 hours, and 48 minutes on this character. I've been streaming for as long as you've been playing Path of Exile, to be honest. That's wild, you would have figured my follower count would be way higher. I tend to switch games quite regularly. I also had 5 months where I was in America and wasn't streaming because I was working at a camp, doing like a camp counselor thing, which took a big hit, and a lot of my time I used to work in pubs, in bars, and so my schedule was very volatile and it was never consistent, and it's only really been the last to be honest, it's only really been the last 6 months that I've been able to have a truly consistent schedule. Yeah, that's very true, Tinga. I mean, you would know. You've been around for the majority of my time streaming. Logic was the one that's been around the longest. I'm very lucky I kept you, Tinga. Don't worry, I'm aware. Logic has been around the longest because he was around before I started streaming on the channel that I used to be a mod on. For some reason you like me. We'll change that when I see you in person, don't worry. But yeah, I've been streaming, it'll be 10 years in September. And I've been doing YouTube for, it'll be 10 years in January. I say doing YouTube. I've been archiving stuff on YouTube for about that. So for the sake of going through the characters, this is my main, or was my main until recently, and it's interesting to see. I've got a lot of stuff on this one. Like, I've got a lot of glam and shit. Like, I've got shit for classes that I don't even play. I've got all the stuff from that event. I've got a decent little chunk of stuff on this character, to be fair. But, like, so many weapons for classes that I didn't play. So I just stick them in my glamour dresser in case I did play them down the line. It's always just wild to you that channels on Twitch take off and gain attention, and then those that don't. You know, I'm a stubborn fact, and if you didn't get rid of me yet, and don't think you really can. Yes, wife 1, correct. This is your first wife. Yeah, one of these days I might use this weapon. True. That's what I'm holding out for. But you can see the anima relic that I did. The Sky Builders relic, which I'm still gonna have to do for after Bun. And the fact that I actually did that for both the hatchet and the pickaxe. For some reason I have 2 Zansetsuken. I don't know why I did that. I don't know. There's a lot of random crap on this. And there's a lot of stuff that I kind of want on my main. We will get this. We will. And I will find an outfit to wear it on. Like, what's in my armoire as well? Oh yeah, the Phoenix Riser stuff. The Fair stuff. Starlight set, and the Unorthodox Saint set from the most recent Christmas. The Uematsu set, which was fairly recent. Some Master stuff. I had yeah, I have a fair amount of stuff in here. But yeah, I've done a lot of random shit in this. But of course, I have logic, and for some reason, for some glorious, glorious reason, I have Tingles. my mount, who is much worse than Chimkintendies. Like, Chimkintendies is so far higher ranked than Tingles at the moment. But Tingles is a dapper bastard. And I actually have an apartment, so Tingles has gone black and goth. I don't need to change data center, I just need to change world. But yeah. How do I return it home? Do I have to return home from the Materia Center? I was able to rank up my Chocobo without an apartment or a house. Yeah. I don't have an apartment on my main character. I say main because by that I mean this one, Afterbun. I don't have an apartment yet. I've done all of the ranking up by doing the challenge log and just hitting things. You always assumed you had to train the Chocobo after you stabled it to rank it up. No, so you can feed it a Thav Onion whilst stabled, and that will unlock it to the ability to rank up, or you can just do it in any zone where you can summon your Chocobo. If you can summon your Chocobo and have it next to you, if you use a Thav Onion, it'll work there as well. And so I think I'm working up to rank 16, which is when you get to max out the second tree, if that's the way that you've gone about it. Yeah. So I still need to level some stuff on here. Mainly Dark Knight and Machinist. I also need to get my Red Mage Samurai up. So if I just fight a bunch of stuff that is of an appropriate level for whatever class I am, the Chocobo will get some good experience out of that as well. So at the moment, my Chocobo gets about 6,600 experience per enemy that I kill. So even though I need 2,700,000 experience, it's actually not as bad as trying to level one of the normal classes. It's when the things that you're fighting are so far below your level as the character that things get weird, and it's basically pointless. And that's when it's better to train in a stable. But I've never trained in a stable for experience, so I don't actually know how much you get out of it, to be honest. Anyway, I should finish up because it's nearly 1 AM. Okay, so tomorrow the plan is to try Elden Ring again. To either restart or continue the Purecaster run. I may just restart it. With the hopes that things don't crash now that we're on the new GPU. We'll see. Because I have a feeling that my CPU might be the thing that keeps crashing instead. But probably on Monday we will come back, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to do Alexander, unlock A9S, and then I can do all of the light grind, and we can progress the Anima Relic. I'm hoping that we can finish our first Anima Relic by the end of next week. And once we've done that, I then plan on progressing the story and getting into Stormblood, getting to Ralga's Reach, and once we're there, that's probably where I'll end it off for doing the MSQ for a while. But off stream, I will grind the yokai medallions for Stormblood in the fringes so that I can get all of the stuff for the yokai event. You wouldn't think it's very likely that my CPU would be causing you to crash an application or game unless you're experiencing OS crashes. Yeah, no, it would be OS crashes from overclock failures, because my CPU is also about 10 years old. And I've been streaming the entire time. It's impressive that my computer has managed as long as it has. But it has been neglected. Like the fact that I was still using 970s. It's not a bad graphics card, but when was the last time I refreshed the thermal paste? Oh, I replaced my CPU cooler. I want to say about a year ago, maybe less, and reapplied thermal paste then. It's not thermal throttling, it is overclock failures. But even if I put the CPU back to its default settings, not overclocked at all, I'll still get overclock failures. Like, the CPU's knackered, the motherboard is getting there to be knackered. I'm probably going to upgrade them over the next couple of months, before September, which is when my streamiversary is, so that we can do some more stuff. I was hoping to have a whole brand new second computer, but I think I need to accept that I need to upgrade this one first to be decent with current specs, and then I can save for the new computer that'll be the really good specs. And we're partway there already with the 4060 Ti, but I'm gonna need to replace the motherboard and get a new CPU, and probably get some more RAM. At the minute, I think I've got 8 gig? No, I've got more than 8 gig. I think I've got 16 gig, but I've got slots in my current motherboard to expand that to 32 if I wanted to, which I may as well. I need to update the panel below the stream with the 4060 Ti, to be fair. Oh, I have DDR4. A newer motherboard may be using DDR5. Yeah. Like, I need to upgrade things pretty bad. Yeah. So apparently I've already got 32 gig. I'm not sure if I believe that. But I've gone from 4 gig 970s to 16 gig 4060 Ti. I did not realize that the 970s were only 4 gig. Oh wow, the upgrade. The upgrade. I mean, that is 10 years. That is 10 years worth of technological advancement. But yeah, I thought that for some reason I thought the 970s were 8 gig. No wonder I can't get any application to actually use the 970 I have. I may as well not have the 970 still in my case, because everything just uses the 4060. Good timing too with Dawn Trail coming up. Yeah, with the graphics overhaul. It's going to be a while until we get to Dawn Trail. I know that Stormblood isn't that long of an expansion. So I think we'd get through Stormblood relatively quickly. Shadowbringers I also don't think is that long, but I have no idea about Endwalker. And I have no idea what post-Shadowbringers is like. Yeah, the graphics update will still apply to everything. I am looking forward to that now that I can actually play on good graphics, and that's only going to get better. But like the thing that I love is the fact that even with the settings now, like looking at the shadows of the light coming through the trees, it actually looks like shadows cast by leaves, whereas before it was all blocky and horrible. So I'm quite happy with the 4060 Ti at the moment. I don't plan on getting another graphics card for this computer, but depending on what I get, I might even do something like two 4060s SLI together. Although I don't know, I don't think you can SLI a TI together. Or something like that for the gaming PC when I build that. But it will depend. It will depend what's good at the time. But the 4060s seem decent. Well, they seem more than decent. They seem quite good. But that's probably going to be looking into the new year now. I'm going to upgrade this PC this year. But then the new computer will probably be early next year. My birthday's in January, so I might do it as like a birthday present to myself. Yeah. Anyway, enough droning on. Thank you very much for watching. Drakeling, thank you very much for playing and for helping. It made it a lot easier and a lot more entertaining. And I will catch you all next time. Have a good one. Later.